Hello and welcome in. This is the 377th episode of the Dean Withers the Dean Withers show. Sorry, there's so much going on in my head right now. I'm forgetting the name of my own broadcast. But anyways, I appreciate everyone so much for being here. Today is a very serious day. We have so much to go through before we hop into those debates with the Trump supporters. Holy crap, so much is going on. So honestly, I'm not going to waste a moment. We're just going to hop into the breaking news. Earlier today, Donald Trump posted a statement on Truth Social, vowing the destruction and killing of the Iranian civilization by 8 p.m. Eastern tonight, which is here in 2 hours and 20 minutes, given that there is not a deal made between America and Iran. Now, this is breaking news. As I'm telling you about the statement Donald Trump made on Truth Social earlier today, vowing the destruction of the Iranian, of Iran, the genocide of Iran, he just announced a continuation of a 2-week ceasefire. Taco Trump. Holy crap. There's actually not been a deal reached between Iran and Donald Trump. He is just merely pushing back the deadline for another 2 weeks. I have never been more grateful that Donald Trump is not a man of his word. Usually that's a bad thing. Today, it is a very good thing, because this means that now 90 million Iranians do not have to live under imminent peril of being genocided. So, thank God. Wow. You're getting my in the moment of real-time thoughts, because this is all unfolding as I'm speaking to you. We cannot trust Donald Trump's mental faculties. He is an unreliable, senile, evil man who needs to be put in a retirement home. He should not have the platform of the presidency. He needs to be impeached by Congress, or his administration needs to invoke the 25th Amendment. Nobody in their right mind vows war crimes on Easter Sunday and then the genocide of 90 million people on Monday at 8 p.m. and then 2 hours before 8 p.m. with no agreement made with that country, suspends it for another 2 weeks. He needs to go. We need to get him out. Holy crap. This is a shit show. Imagine how stressful this is for the Iranians. I'm stressed out. You're stressed out. We're in America. What might this feel like for the people living in Iran right now? I said imagine it. I don't think we can. I don't think that we could even imagine it. Now, something else I'll add on here. Moments before he announced this 2-week suspension of the decimation of Iranian civilization, killing their civilization is what he said, and everybody in it, 70 people in Congress called for his impeachment, called for him to be removed from office. I honestly would attribute this 2-week suspension to we the people, to our pushback against Donald Trump, forcing our congressmen and women to speak up. So Donald Trump did post a statement about this on Truth Social. Let's go ahead and read it together. Based upon conversations with Prime Minister Sharif and Field Marshal Munir of Pakistan, wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran, and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete and immediate safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, I agreed to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire The reason for doing so is that we already have met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with a definite agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe that it is a workable basis which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. On behalf of the President of America, and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem close to a resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So, first and foremost, what military objectives have been met? There was no regime change. The IRGC is still in charge. There's no liberation for the Iranian people because the IRCG is still in charge. And now a lot of their civilian infrastructure has been completely destroyed by the American military. What objectives have been met? What has been done here? As far as I'm concerned, all that has been done is A, the highest oil prices ever. This was announced earlier today. The price of a single barrel of oil right now is at $144, the highest since we begun tracking global oil prices in the 70s. B, dead children and dead civilians. We're not just talking about the 174 Iranian schoolgirls that were killed. We're talking about the north of 2,400 Iranian civilians that have been killed and us targeting civilian infrastructure. What objectives have been met? Maybe I'm missing somebody here. For all the Trump supporters, feel free to join the live and tell me what I'm missing here. Because as far as I'm concerned, I don't really see anything. No objectives have been met. And that Donald Trump is backing out. Donald Trump is taking the pedal taking his foot off the pedal. And Donald Trump is getting ready to take his exit ramp and leave Iran. Because it's not a war that's supported by the American people. Okay, it's not a war that we'd be able to win easily. And it's not a war that's doing anything positive for anybody, including the American people and those in Iran. So at this point in time, folks, we are going to go ahead and hop into the debates. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Also, Parker will be joining us for a moment before he goes out for his birthday festivities tonight. He just got done with a nearly 5-hour live stream himself. So once again, for all the Parker Raiders tuning in, I appreciate you guys so much for being here. Thank you guys so much for joining. We have a lot to go through tonight. But with that being said, let's go ahead and try to get that very first guest up of the night. Only up inside of that queue if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, folks. We are only looking for, once again, American adults that support Donald J. Trump as president, because those are the people that we're going to be debating. We have so much to debate about. So much to debate about. And as I said earlier, Repricana is going to be joining our live stream at approximately 9 to 9:15 EST tonight. But let's go ahead and try to get that very first guest of the night loaded up into the box. We got Who Is Me 250 connecting into the stream right now. So much to go through, folks. So very much to go through. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, are you faking that voice? Is this a joke?
No.
No, it's not a joke, I think. How old are you?
18.
18. Yeah, for sure, for sure. But anybody's welcome, and it's Taco Tuesday. For those that haven't heard the news, folks, Donald Trump has, quote-unquote, chickened out of his genocide of the Iranian people, and this is a call for celebration, because this means that the Iranian people aren't going to get genocided tonight at 8 p.m. EST. I have never been more happy about Donald Trump's lies. I'm so happy that he lied earlier when he said that he was going to kill their civilization at 8 p.m. That's very, very good. So for those that haven't heard the news, there is the breaking news that is huge. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump, Ethan?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
28.
It's really a hard time to be a Trump supporter right now.
I don't disagree.
So why do you still consider yourself a Trump supporter? What's your take on Donald Trump threatening to genocide Iran, and then 2.5 hours before the genocide was supposed to take place, he says he's going to suspend it by 2 weeks? And then he goes on Truth Social and says that all of America's military objectives have been met in Iran, but there's been nothing new that has happened from before we killed the Ayatollah until now. Okay, their nuclear enrichment program was completely destroyed months ago before the war started. The IRGC is still intact. They're still their governing body. The people are still being oppressed by the IRGC. So what are your thoughts on this mess? This mess that in my mind would amount to more than enough reason to not just stop supporting him as president, but for his cabinet to throw him out of office under the 25th Amendment, because clearly we cannot trust the mental faculties of our president.
So which one do you want me to respond to? That was a
I want
lot.
you to respond to all that. And if you think that's a lot, just kind of grab on to the first thing that sticks out to you.
Okay, well, I mean, I'll try to hit them as best as I can, one at a time. Then, I mean, I think the first thing you said was, why do I still support this genocide in Iran? I think that's kind of loaded. I don't think it's a genocide. I think that's
So that wasn't what I said.
language.
I said that he threatened genocide in Iran earlier today, which is true. He said that he was going to kill their civilization.
Okay, well, maybe I misheard you. It sounded like you asked why I still support his genocide. So we're saying that at this point it's not genocide. Are you agreeing with that?
Yeah, he seems to have backed off the threat of genocide. But now let's ask ourselves, is it a good thing to have a president that likes to threaten genocide in other countries? No.
No, it's certainly it's not ideal. I didn't hear you really say much about it when Joe Biden threatened genocide in Russia. But,
How
I
do
guess
you
that's
threaten genocide in Russia?
Well, he threatened really similar attacks. Like
He threatened to kill their whole civilization?
No, he threatened similar attacks on their infrastructure.
Show me where he threatened to kill their whole civilization, because that's what Donald Trump did today. Donald
How do
Trump
you-
threatened to kill the whole civilization of Iran.
Yeah. How do you want me to do that? Like, do you want me to pull up an article somehow and show it to you? Or?
Yes, I do. I want you to pull up an article showing me where Biden threatened to kill the whole civilization of Russia.
Yeah. Well, I mean, chances are anything I have to show you, isn't gonna suffice what you're looking for. But that's okay. We can move
Because
on
he
to the next
didn't threaten genocide in Russia, right?
No, I mean, I think he did, but it
So if you think he did threaten genocide in Russia, then why are you literally refusing the opportunity to prove it?
because I don't have an article in front of me. If you want to like stop the whole stream while I pull up an article of Joe Biden threatening the major infrastructure of Russia, I'm happy to do that.
Wait, what is it? Is it the major infrastructure of Russia, or is it a genocide of Russians? Because there's a difference. Nick, thank you so much for Leon the Kitten. The definition of genocide would be the mass killing of a group of people, right? Now, threatening to take out critical infrastructure is not the mass
I don't agree
killing
with
of
that
a group of
definition,
people.
though. I think a genocide isn't just the mass killing of people. Both suck. They're both awful. I think a genocide is a targeted extermination of a certain kind of people.
Okay.
So
But is infrastructure people?
no, of course not.
Okay, so then even if Biden said that, which I doubt he did, I would definitely think that you're highly misinterpreting Joe Biden's statements about Russian infrastructure. All right, but even if he did say that, that's not him threatening genocide, because infrastructure isn't people.
Okay. So
Do you accept that? Do you accept that
I see exactly
infrastructure
what
is
you're
not
saying.
people?
Yeah, of course. I see what you're saying.
If you accept that infrastructure is not people, then why would any threat to infrastructure be a threat of genocide?
To your other point of
No,
what
to
would
this
it
point,
take
answer
to
that
get-
question. If you accept that infrastructure is not people, then why would any threat to infrastructure be a threat to genocide? I'm not saying that threats to infrastructure are permissible. I'm not saying that threats to infrastructure aren't war crimes, because in many scenarios, when it's civilian infrastructure, it absolutely is. But I am saying that any threat to infrastructure is not a threat of genocide in of itself.
Gotcha. That's where the disconnect is, right? So at the beginning, my understanding was you were insinuating it was genocide because Trump had threatened their major infrastructure.
No, I'm insinuating that he threatened genocide because he threatened to kill their civilization.
What was the quote, if you don't mind me asking? Maybe I haven't seen it yet.
Yes, the quote is... A whole civilization will die tonight.
Can you give me the whole quote?
The whole quote, sure. Let me pull it up. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want it to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter, less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments of the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the people of Iran.
Okay. I mean, like, man, what do you want me to say? Because I think the your point. I think you mentioned this at the beginning was like, if this is threatening some kind of genocide, why would you still support
Do you
Donald
accept
Trump?
that's a threat of genocide?
No, because I don't think it rises to the level of like, hey, I'm trying to exterminate this group of people. I think it's extremely.
What do you think a whole civilization dying means?
Again, I think genocide is the specific extermination of people. But your point was,
But
if this
would,
is
would,
so
would
bad,
a whole civilization being killed by one army, by
can
one
I address
man,
your point though?
be a genocide?
So your point was, if he's threatening genocide, why would you still support him?
Well, we
think
first need to litigate. Did he threaten genocide? So
And I think
explain
it
to
warrants-
me the disconnect between threatening genocide and threatening to kill a whole civilization of people.
Because I think what Trump is doing here, and I think this is what makes him effective in his international affairs. And again, we're probably going to disagree on this point anyway, which is right. I'm trying to move past it. But I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to use the same kind of language and the same kind of tactics that leaders from Iran would use. This is the way that they talk when they talk to us, when they talk about America. They say, we're going to kill America, death to Americans. And so he's using that same language and those same tactics against them because I think that's the kind of thing that they respond to.
Okay. So I don't think that claim is wholly true. But even if it were to be true, this does not mean that Donald Trump did not threaten genocide. It just rather explains why Donald Trump threatened genocide. Okay? As defined under international law in a nutshell, genocide is the deliberate systemic destruction, wholly or partially, of a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. Okay? When he says that he's going to kill an entire civilization, the civilization of Iran, he is threatening to deliberately destruct a national group. That's genocide. So, in other words, it would be a threat of genocide.
Do you think that a threat of similar proportion, like, so if
you accept that it's a threat of genocide?
Well, hold on. I'm trying to get there. So
Okay.
if you think that like the leader of a country were to threaten the same thing against Americans, is it justified to reciprocate that back to them?
No.
Okay, well, that's fair. That might be where we disagree a little bit. Will you tell me why that's not? Okay.
Yes, because the responsibility of the leader of a country who is threatening genocide or is committing genocide does not fall on the innocent civilians detesting said leader of said country.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I could give you a really good example here.
No, I agree.
That,
you don't have to. I agree with
I
you,
believe that Israel is committing genocide. Does this mean that I think it would be justified to kill the innocent Israeli citizens who are breaking the law, defying their imminent join of the IDF and protesting the state of Israel, standing in alliance with Palestine and Palestinians? No, I would not argue that their genocide would be justified. No. Okay? But I want you to answer my question. Can we agree that Donald Trump threatened genocide? Because, once again, in a nutshell, genocide could be defined as the deliberate or systemic destruction or killing, wholly or partially, of a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. And what Donald Trump threatened was the deliberate killing of a national group, that national group being the entire Iranian civilization.
See, no, I don't agree, and here's why. Because genocide paints this picture, it's this understanding of this intentional extermination of people, right? So when we say that Donald Trump is threatening genocide in Iran, we're painting a picture that Donald Trump is going to go in and exterminate all the Iranian people. But if he wanted to do that, we would have done that 5 weeks ago or 6 weeks ago, however long it's been now.
So your argument
what
is,
he's doing is
even though
he's-
that's exactly what he said, because he, even an assumption of your definition of genocide, okay, your definition of genocide was the intentional extermination of a group of people. That's what he said when he said a quote unquote whole civilization will die tonight. That would be the intentional extermination of a group of people. Okay, but your counter argument against this is, well, if that's really what he wanted to do, okay, well, then he would have already done it. No, there's many good reasons why he would have already killed every Iranian, given that he wanted to. The biggest
do you
reason
think that's what
is
he
that if
wants
he
to
did
do,
kill
though?
every Iranian, he would be kicked to the curb, thrown in jail, and likely we would be launched into a civil war in America, where we would see a revolution of the people against the government. But regardless of that, you're even obfuscating the way in which you're wording your statement there. All right? Because you changed the question to, does Donald Trump want to genocide Iran?
Well, it's
but
a fair
the question I
though.
asked you was, well, did he threaten to genocide Iran? Now, there's a difference between the statement, does Donald Trump want to genocide Iran? And the statement, did Donald Trump threaten to genocide Iran? Now, I would argue that both of those claims are true, because I don't think he would threaten it unless he wanted to. And that could also be proved within other senses as well. But is it possible to threaten something without doing something? Yes. Sometimes we do see false threats. So answer the question I'm asking you. Don't obfuscate and answer a question I'm not asking you. Once again, the question is, did Donald Trump threaten to genocide Iran when he threatened to kill their whole civilization?
Well, Dean, I'm trying to have a good conversation with you. And in my opinion, part of having a fair conversation on these things is to recognize that they're nuanced and they're not narrow in the way that you're asking them, which is why I'm probing additional questions, trying to get better understanding of your state of mind, as I would hope you would do of mine.
You're confusing nuance for elusiveness. You're confusing nuance for obfuscation. I clearly just demonstrated to you how you obfuscated away from the question that I'm asking you.
Well, I've
by
answered the
creating a
question
new
multiple
question
times,
in
Dean.
your
I've
mind.
told you no.
You have
I
not
don't think
answered.
he's
I've
threat-
already told you that
Okay,
you have
well,
not
answer it
answered
again,
my.
no.
I've already told you that you have not answered my question, because
Okay,
when I
I'll
asked you
answer
to
again,
answer
no.
the question, you did not answer the question. Did he threaten it? You answered the question. Does he want to? Okay. So now that you've said no to the question, did he threaten genocide? Please define the word genocide. Because the last definition of the word genocide that you gave, okay, exterminating a group of people, well, under that definition, then he did threaten genocide, because he said a whole civilization will die tonight. That's threatening the extermination of a group of people. So clearly, you are now outcasting the last definition of that word that you gave, and you must have a new definition of that word that would not amount to the death of an entire civilization of a national group. So what is your new definition of the word genocide?
Yeah, man, I don't think that's calling for an honest conversation. I have answered your question. I'll answer it again. No, I don't think he is.
That's not
And I
that's
have
not the
already
question I'm asking you anymore. I've acknowledged that you answered no to that question. The new question is, what is your definition of the word genocide?
So I don't have a new definition. I already gave you a definition.
Then you're contradicting yourself. Because if you're still upholding the definition of the term genocide to be the extermination of a group of people, well, he did threaten the extermination of a group of people by threatening to exterminate and kill the totality of the Iranian civilization.
Okay. I mean, right. And I've told you I don't agree with that, but
Wait, you
so we
just
can
said
continue
yeah,
on.
right? So you accept that he threatened the extermination of a group of people? Then you accept under your own definition of the term genocide that he threatened genocide.
man, that's not. Come on, let's have an honest.
This is an
conversation
honest
about
conversation. This is a very honest conversation. I think that you're appealing to the boogeyman of dishonesty to attempt to wiggle out of having an honest conversation.
Okay. Do you want to go over the other claims that you made?
No, I just want a very strong verbal agreement here that in accordance with your definition of the word genocide, the extermination of a group of people, that's exactly what Trump threatened.
Right. I've already told you I don't think that's what it is.
So why do you think that threatening to kill an entire civilization is not a threat to exterminate a group of people?
Because I think what your intent to do matters. What your intent behind words is equally important to the words that you do, and your actions following up words are equally important, which is why I asked you the question, do you think Donald Trump has intent to go in and just murder all Iranians? I think you said,
Wait. Can I threaten to unalive somebody without actually intending to unalive somebody?
yes.
So intent doesn't matter.
Well, it does. It's why it's part of,
No, it doesn't.
It matters
You
in
just
the court.
accepted that
No,
I could
it matters
threaten
in
to
the court of
unalive
law,
somebody.
man. Like,
You just accepted.
mens rea is an entire
You just accepted.
component of.
You just accepted that I could threaten to unalive somebody without
You
intending to unalive
can, but that doesn't mean
them.
it doesn't matter.
So, well, it doesn't matter insofar as the determination that I threatened to unalive them, right? Can we accept that? That it doesn't matter to determine if I threatened to unalive them? Because we just agreed that I
right.
could
You
make
can
that-
identify a threat without
okay.
needing to identify the intent.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So now that we've agreed that intent doesn't matter insofar as identifying a threat, then why do you disagree that he threatened to genocide them based upon his intent?
Because I don't think that it's a threat to genocide, because genocide is the intentional extermination of a group of people, and I don't think that is what Donald Trump is doing. He's clearly trying to eliminate.
Wait. Can I threaten to intentionally kill somebody without intending to kill them?
Yeah, I just said yes. But
Yes.
that
So,
doesn't-
so once again, you're trying to argue here that Donald Trump's intent to actually genocide them is valuable in determining if he threatened to genocide them, because genocide is always intentional.
No, because that
Okay, but
broad
in that same
definition-
sense, intentionally killing somebody is always intentional by definition.
why don't we just
because
have
it's
like an
prefaced in the
honest
claim
conversation about
intentionally
these
killing
things?
them, right? But so now that we've evaluated and agreed that you actually can threaten to intentionally kill somebody without actually intending to kill them, we have now completely ruled out a conversation surrounding Donald Trump's intention to actually genocide or not to genocide them from the very boxed-in conversation over the claim, did he threaten to genocide them? And that's the boxed-in conversation that we're having right now as well. Did he threaten to genocide them?
Is your intent to actually is to understand my point of view, or is it like a gotcha moment here? Like, and that's an honest question.
So you admit that I gotcha?
No, I'm trying to get a better understanding of your intent so I could understand whether I should continue engaging in the conversation.
My
or
intention is to change your mind and to convince you that Donald Trump threatened to genocide Iran.
Have you successfully done that before?
Not yet.
Like, on this platform. Okay, well, because I don't think the like gotcha moments are.
I haven't successfully gotten you to do that yet. What is a gotcha moment? What is that?
I think a gotcha moment is isolating one or two words and then saying, "Oh, like this," but you're saying this, right? Like instead of actually have.
I disagree
And-
with you. No. Because sometimes an argument can be made via the isolation of only one or two words,
Well, of course it can. But you're not
especially
gonna
in
con-
determining
you're not gonna change
that
someone's
Donald
mind
Trump made a
that
threat
way.
of genocide.
You're
Well,
not going to change someone's mind that way.
But the thing is, the reason I can't change your mind is because you're acting unreasonable. You're trying to square a circle. Let me explain. You're right in this conversation.
Can
in this
I-
debate,
can I finish
You're
explaining what I was
trying
saying?
to square a circle. You're trying to explain how Donald Trump did not threaten to genocide Iran, even though your definition of the word genocide would be the intentional extermination of a group of people, and he threatened to intentionally exterminate a group of people.
So I think the best way to change someone's mind is to, one, you got to let them talk, right? You got to let them say what they want to say. And then you reflect it back to them, right? So that you prove understanding. Okay, so you're saying this, this, and this. Well, let me get a better understanding of why you're saying that, right? And then you start the probing questions. Have you ever considered this? What if you looked at it this way? That's how you really change someone's mind, dude. You don't try to corner them into something, or trick them into using their own words against them.
You think that I'm tricking you into using your own words against you,
I think
but
you're
in all
trying.
reality, I'm just demonstrating how your definition of the word genocide is what Donald Trump threatened. No, that's not
Gotcha.
me tricking you or cornering you. That's you tricking yourself into believing that he didn't call for genocide when your definition of that word would perfectly describe what he called for. This is you cornering yourself in the position of contradicting yourself by arguing that he didn't call for the definition of genocide, even though you uphold that what he called for as the definition of genocide. Okay? I'm not tricking you. You're tricking yourself. I'm not cornering you. Logic is cornering you.
I don't think so. I think I'm pretty consistent on the logic, but I'd love to go
Then
over.
explain the consistency to me. That's the question I want to ask you. Explain to me how it is consistent to simultaneously believe that A, the definition of genocide is the intentional extermination of a group of people, B, Donald Trump called for the intentional extermination of a group of people or threatened the intentional extermination of a group of people.
Because I don't think it rises to that level. I think it's just a clip moment to say that this is genocide. That Donald Trump's calling for genocide. That's a headline, man. That's not an action.
Listen,
I'm trying to, but you interrupt me every time.
What you
I do it,
started
or you mute
responding
me.
to there was not either fact A or fact B. It was something
Yeah,
else
well, it's just
irrelevant.
it's not what you want
Listen,
to hear,
listen,
right?
can
Like
we
I'm trying
agree?
to actually explain my point.
I'm gonna
but
ask.
you
I'm gonna
just
ask
don't
you a
want
yes
to
or.
hear
I'm
what
gonna
I'm
ask
trying
you a
to
yes or
say.
no. I'm gonna ask you a yes or no question.
I'm not going to play a yes or no game because that's not a conversation. I'm here for an honest conversation.
Listen, I will let you give an explanation for your yes or an explanation for your no. How about that? So yes or no with an explanation. That's fair. When Donald Trump says a whole civilization will die tonight, is Donald Trump threatening to exterminate a group of people?
No, because I don't think it rises to the level of that. And it's not taking the entirety of the quote in there. What I think you're doing is I think Donald Trump is calling for genocide is a really good headline. And I think that's a really good way to get clicks and to get follows and all that. And like I don't blame you for winning those things, but I don't think it's part of an honest conversation. And I'm trying to have that with you, but we can't have it. I don't think we're going to
I
agree on
have a
this.
better question. I have a better question.
Can I finish
One
my
moment.
explanation? No,
Because
you
you're
just
not
said that,
because
you said that I could
because you're no
follow up with an
longer talking
explanation.
about
You're
the
not
question that I asked you.
because you
You're
don't like
talking
the
about me
explanation
in
that I'm
a
giving
quote
you
unquote
because it
honest
starts to prove you
conversation.
wrong, which is hilarious. That you can't just let me finish giving one explanation.
You are not proving my question wrong because questions can't be proved wrong because they're not true or false.
Well,
What
your,
are you
your
talking
point
about?
that I'm proving wrong is that Donald Trump is calling for genocide. But I don't think we're going
Right.
to end up actually agreeing on that point. So I'd love
Okay.
to debate something else with you if you want to debate something else.
I have a better question. We're going to make this impersonal to Trump. Okay? Is a whole civilization being killed the extermination of a group of people?
The act of an entire civilization being killed is what you're asking if that's genocide?
Pretty much.
Yeah, I would say the act of an entire civilization being killed is genocide.
If the act of an entire civilization being killed is genocide, and Donald Trump threatened to kill an entire civilization, then Donald Trump threatened genocide.
I don't think so, because that's not the quote, man.
The quote is, and I quote, "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will."
Okay,
It did happen,
cool.
right?
I-
It did.
I've just told you why I disagree, why I don't think it
You actually
from-
didn't tell me why you don't think that happened. You just merely said that it didn't happen.
that what didn't happen.
Donald Trump called or threatened a whole civilization dying.
No, I mean I see the quote now. I've looked it up.
Did
So I have it
Donald
in
Trump
front-
threaten a whole? If I were to say
Dean, I think you
that
want to harp
because
on
of
this
me
one
a whole
point that we're going to
civilization,
disagree
you're
on
interrupting
instead
me.
of having a conversation
You're
about the other
interrupting me.
things that you mentioned.
Listen, you're interrupting me.
So
If I was to say that because of me, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again, would I be threatening genocide?
do you think that Donald Trump wants to murder all Iranians?
Why are you not answering my question?
I want to hear your answer to it. I've already answered it a million times now.
You actually, I know that you've never answered this question before because I've never asked you this question before.
You just asked me the same question.
Come on.
Man.
Come on, what are we doing? Listen to me and answer my question. If I was to tell you that I'm going to make sure that a whole civilization of people will die tonight, never to be brought back again, would I be threatening genocide?
I think I want to hear your answer, man.
I'm not going to allow you to run from this. I'm not going to let it happen.
I've answered your question.
You've already tried to pull the I've answered the question card, and I've already told you that no, you haven't because I've never answered this question. I'm not going to let you run away from this, man. I'm just simply not. That's just not what's going to happen.
No, because this is another...
I don't care. It's not going to happen. You're going to answer the question.
This is another example of your gotcha.
I understand that you don't want to answer it, but you are going to answer
your
it.
questions.
That's your third time pulling. I've answered your question, and this is my third time repeating. No, you haven't, because this is not a question I've already asked. Answer the question. If I said I'm going to kill an entire civilization tonight, never to be brought back again, am I threatening genocide?
I think you have to look at means, you have to look at motive, and you have to look at intent, right? So that's a very narrow way of assessing a situation. I think you know that too.
I would argue that means are not necessary to determine a threat. And I would argue that motive and intent, motive is not necessary to determine a threat. Intent might be necessary inside of a threat insofar as what the threat is, like intentionally killing somebody or committing genocide, because genocide requires intent. But this is still not an answer to my question. Answer my question. If I told you,
your
I'm going to make sure
to answer in a yes or no fashion. Right,
it's actually only possible to answer with inside of a yes or no fashion, because
it's not.
It is only either true. One moment. Oh, wait, I'm going to debunk your first claim. Your claim was that it's impossible for you to answer my question inside of a yes or a no. I would actually argue that the inverse is true. I would argue that it's only possible to answer my question with inside of a yes or no, because it is only either true that it would be a threat of genocide, or it is false that it would be a threat of genocide. It can't be anything other than true or false. Thereby, it can't be anything other than yes or no. So yes or no, true or false. If I were to tell you that I'm going to kill an entire civilization of people tonight and they're never going to be brought back again, okay, am I threatening genocide?
Dean, I think you're confusing proving someone wrong with changing their mind. But I've already answered your question.
I think that you're confusing answering a question to run from the question, because you know that you're cooked. You didn't answer the question. You just said that I'm confusing proving somebody wrong for changing their mind. Dude, this is so embarrassing for you. Right now, you are getting embarrassed in front of 27,000 people. How does it feel? Oh, wait, I'm actually not going to ask you the question, how does it feel? Because you're not going to answer the question, how does it feel? Because you haven't answered any of my questions. Most predominantly, the last question that I asked you, once again, it was, if I was to threaten to kill a whole civilization of people tonight, never to be brought back again, would I be threatening genocide?
I think it's...
I think I want a yes or a no.
Can I respond to what you're saying?
Sure,
you just
yes
want
or
me
no.
to say yes or no like a robot.
Well, just make sure that your answer falls into one of those two categories, because so far it hasn't.
Well, it has. I've said that it requires means, motive, but not
He's just lying.
Right?
He's just lying to us. Don't stop lying.
Dean, what I think is embarrassing...
That is so disrespectful
to me
and everybody else. It is so disrespectful to me. It is so disrespectful for everybody else for you to literally lie to us all, to underrepresent our intelligence. We are all intelligent. We are all intelligent enough. You are overspeaking me because you're incapable of answering the question. Says the guy that won't answer a simple question.
Well, I have, and so you won't engage in honest conversations.
Wait, stop lying. Stop lying. You were so dishonest. You have not answered the very simple question. If I were to tell you that I'm going to kill an entire civilization of people, would I be would I be threatening genocide?
Why don't you answer my
exactly?
question?
That's not an answer. Asking why don't you answer? That's not an answer. Therefore, you haven't answered. Stop gaslighting me, bro. Is it yes or no? If I were to tell you that I'm going to kill an entire civilization of people, would I be threatening genocide?
Yeah, and what I gave you an answer. I gave you a nuanced answer.
What was it?
That it depends. It depends on motive, means, opportunity.
Wait. Okay? So I just want to clarify. Are you saying that me saying I'm going to kill an entire civilization of people is not enough information to determine that I'm threatening genocide?
I just gave you my answer, Dean.
I know, but I want to know what your answer means. Is me saying I'm going to kill an entire civilization of people with the totality of the American military behind me not enough information to determine that I'm threatening genocide?
No, it's not.
And that's your issue. That's your issue. You guys do this with every hard, damning piece of evidence that we have to explain why Donald Trump shouldn't be president. When we have him admitting to sexual exploitation, you say that an admittance of guilt is not enough evidence to believe that he did it. When we have him saying that he's going to commit genocide, well, apparently we don't have enough evidence to believe that he's threatening to commit genocide. Because ultimately what it boils down to here is you valuing your own emotions more than any sense of reason, fact, or logic. I don't know why you do this. It is so fucking embarrassing for you and bad for society. How about you start using your brain and you start thinking like a sane, rational, normal person? No sane, rational, normal person would argue that the most powerful person alive saying that they are going to kill an entire civilization is not a threat to genocide, or that is not enough evidence to determine a threat of genocide. You are just oblivious to common sense, and I think it's intentional, because I don't think you need to be even intelligent to understand that that's a threat to genocide. You could be a moron and understand that that's a threat to genocide. You could be like a 4-year-old and understand that that's a threat to genocide. You have enough brain cells to understand why that's a threat of genocide. You just don't want to say that fact out loud or affirm that that's true. Maybe because like you're running for some like random political office. Now you're representing me. I never called you a moron. I said that you could be a moron and still answer the question. Don't misrepresent me.
Okay, I could be a moron. I think you said that I'm not using.
Yes, I said that you could be a moron and still answer the question. That is not me calling you a moron. That's me saying if you were a moron, you could still answer the question.
Gotcha. Thanks for clarifying that. I don't think that's a really effective way to change people's minds. I don't think yelling. I don't think freaking out. I think it's a really good way to get likes and clicks and follows.
And then the cherry on top is to accuse me of yelling, freaking, and crashing out because you know that you've lost a debate because I've explained what's true of reality and you've denied it.
Dude, I don't think I've lost or won anything. I'm just having a conversation with you.
I know. Yeah. Are you running for a political office? What do you do?
No, I'm not running for a political office.
You're talking like the next Caroline Levitt. Now, clearly, I'm going to kick you off my live stream. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. I think that this is what we could expect out of MAGA, you guys. But this is the most compelling argument that I have for why you shouldn't be a Trump supporter. And this is why I kept him on for so long, because that's where MAGA is at. MAGA is now arguing that the sky is red, the moon is a square, and that grass is neon red. Okay, that's where MAGA is at. It is such a compelling argument, and I think that this live is so beneficial to turn people away from Trump. It is so beneficial because just look at what I can get these Trump supporters to say. No, he's not threatening genocide by saying that he's going to kill an entire civilization when killing an entire civilization is genocide, right? It turns so many people away from the movement because now you see the absurdity in it. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, you guys. I will preface here, please only hop inside of a queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. If you are not an American, I will politely ask you to stay out of the queue. If you are not an adult, I will politely ask you to stay out of the queue. If you are not a Trump supporter, I will politely ask you to stay out of the queue. Now, if you are an adult, if you are an American, if you are a Trump supporter, please hop inside of that queue. And if anybody else does, I do have a league of moderators that will be scanning the accounts of everybody who hops inside of that queue. If we determine that you're breaking the rules, then we are going to go ahead and ban you. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Shewit loading in. Hello, Shewit. Do you support Trump? Shewit, you have 5 seconds to respond. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shewit, you are now banned. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. As I just said, we have rules, and I'd really appreciate it if you guys could do your very best to follow them. We got Captive Creator loading up into the box. We got Will Yates loading up into the box.
I didn't think you were going to pick me.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I'm a Trump supporter. Yes, sir, I am.
How old are you?
I also, 21.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate you for being here. I'm going to ask you just to be patient and stay on the line with us here for a moment while I thank a couple people. Just give me one moment to do that. Over on Chat Super, thank you so much, Nerd, for the $20 donation. I appreciate you so much for that love, Nerd. Let's get 200 Nerd W's. Nerd with the 20 says, it's Taco Tuesday, LMAO, so real, as well as J-Dub. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Chat Super. Show some love to Nerd and J-Dub down below in that comment section. J-Dub, you are a incredibly kind person. $50 is a shit ton of money. Thank you so much, J-Dub. J-Dub with the 50 says, you're the man as always. These MAGA keeps don't get it / understand. Bueno bueno for sure makes me sad. I know it is really fucking depressing because these people walk among us, dude. Same thing to you, Sak. I'm gonna call you S. Thank you for the 20 Australian bucks over on Chat Super, who says this is not about politics. It is just logic. It is saddening that an entire demographic of people have abandoned their ability to think critically. On God. S. On God. Show some love to Nerd, J-Dub, and S. Thank you guys so very much for the love. You guys are beyond kind. On Venmo, thank you so much, Aaron, for the 20 bucks. Let's get to Aaron W's. That is ERIN, who says the cognitive dissonance is so strong that MAGA can't see facts over their feelings. It's honestly really sad. I know, right? Tara, that is Tarra. Thank you so much for the $50 donation. Let's go, Tara. Tara with a 50 says, saw there was a ceasefire, but that does not negate the fact that POTUS caused mass hysteria and fear with his delusional rhetoric. Well, it also just proves that he's taco, right? He took an easy off ramp, and then he lied in announcing the ceasefire agreement by saying that all of their military objectives have been met. There was nothing done. There was nothing done, which, if anything, I just think demonstrates just how baseless of a war this is. Thank you for the $50, Tara. Let's get 500 Tara W's. That is very, very kind of you. Phil, thank you so much for the 10 bucks on Venmo, who says, love you, Dean. Love you too, Phil. Kenna, thank you for the $5. Then Savannah, thank you for the $10 as well, who says, my MAGA grandma would like to debate you. She has a new account but does not have live access. Can you request her? Thank you for the $10, Savannah. I would love to have your grandma up. I'll take a look into that. As well as Joy, thank you for the 10 bucks as well. I appreciate you. And then Emily, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Emily. And then S, thank you for the $20, who says that last guy had no clue what genocide is. I know he didn't have a clue what much was. Thank you so much for the $20, S. Margaret, thank you for the $25, who says thank you for everything that you're doing for Margaret. Margaret, you know I love you. You're here every day. You're always supporting me in what we do. Let's get 250 Margaret W's down below. Thank you so much, Margaret. Beyond kind. Seriously, 25 bucks is a shit ton of money. Same thing to Carissa. Thank you for the $50 donation on Venmo. I want to see 500 Carissa W's. You guys are being so fucking... Dude, we literally just started the stream. We've been through one debate. Thank you guys so much for all the love and the kindness. I want to see 500 Carissa W's. That is Karissa. Carissa with a 50 says, never thought I would say this, but thank goodness for Trump's lies. Couldn't be happier about it this time. I know, me too. Like, genuinely. That's not even a joke. Stephanie, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Trent, thank you for the $1. Riley with the 10 bucks says Taco Tuesday so real. Jerron with the $5. Thank you, man. Fussy, thank you for the $12. Good to see you, Fussy. And then Joshua, thank you for the 10, who says, as a Marine, don't know what my future holds, but I've made peace with the outcome pertaining to me. Dude, be safe, okay? Same thing to Callie. Thank you for the 10 bucks, who says happy Taco Tuesday. Let's get 100 Callie W's down below that comment section. And then Deanna and Abby, thank you for the $3 and the $5. On PayPal, thank you so much, Bart, for the 10 bucks, who says, did you see the clip of Artemis 2 straight up ignoring Trump for over a minute? Yes, that was really fucking funny, dude. I did see that. Thank you for the 10. William with the $10, who says, why did that last night get not realize that the threat of genocide doesn't depend on the motive or anything else other than the threat itself? Because he was being intentionally ignorant because he's a Trump supporter. Thank you so much for the $10, William. Taylor, thank you for the $10, who says, hey, Dean, I hope that your day's been great. I just watched your latest Jubilee episode and I wanted to stop by and let you know that you were amazing. Thank you, Taylor. As well, Samantha, thank you for the 5. Thank you so much, you guys. Please show some love to all of our donors down below in that chat. I'm beyond grateful for every single one of you guys. Thank you so much for the continued love and support. Let's get a round of W's down below. And if you're watching and you want to support, you can find the Venmo, PayPal link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message over on the elsewhere. Thank you guys so much for the love. Now, go ahead and take it away. Actually, don't take it away because I want to start with a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Let's see if you were smarter than a 3-year-old. Did Donald Trump threaten to genocide Iran?
Yes.
Why do you still support Trump as president? If he's
Because I
threatening to
care about
genocide other
you.
countries?
And other people of this country, and I care about your future children and everyone else's future children in this country.
How does
Trump
Donald Trump
is a
benefit
strong-
my future children?
Because Islam is trying to take over the Western sides of the world, and they're going to abuse your children. They're going to abuse your women. And no, I do not support Trump deporting like Hispanic people. I'm a strong lover of the Hispanic community, but I cannot have our future and our kids' futures being destroyed by Islam.
Okay, so is America an Islamic country?
It will become one if something doesn't happen.
But like so far it hasn't been?
No, not yet.
Okay, well then it doesn't seem like A, Islam is the issue, or B, Islam is the only issue, considering the fact that until the 1980s, a man could rape his wife and it was completely fine, legally speaking, no repercussions in the slightest. Today, child marriage is still legal in 12 states. And on top of that, we see that women who are raped and impregnated, even if they're 9 years old in 10 of our 50 states, are then forced to experience torture for the next 9 months because they can't legally access abortion. On top of about a billion other issues, too.
I actually agree with you that we do have issues like that. I absolutely agree with you. But
And
the
did we make a
Islam
rapist
culture-
president?
all of them are bad. All of them.
Okay,
There is no
okay.
good options.
Okay, but the boogeyman's Islam, right?
Yes, they
Why?
hurt people
Oh.
in the streets. They'll hurt.
Yeah.
They'll hurt a woman walking down the street in front of a police officer. They do not care.
Okay,
They have
so they're more likely to
they're
commit
very
things.
violent.
Okay, they're very violent. Sounds good. What is your evidence of this?
Western media, everything. I see it all over the social media. Look at the third world countries. We do not want our Western civilizations turning into those things. I'm not saying deportation is good, but
Can I ask you another
certain
question?
people cannot be here.
Foreign people can't be here because they're violent?
No. Just Islamic. It doesn't matter if you're white,
Oh.
black, Hispanic, or Arabic, but
Okay.
just
Okay.
Islam in general is not good.
How many Muslims were there in the Epstein files?
They don't even need the Epstein files. They just
Oh.
are the way they are.
Like everybody in the Epstein files was like what? For the most part, like white men, either Christian or atheistic. Yeah. All right.
The
Sounds
problem
good.
is everybody's
can
in
you
the
please?
Epstein files.
So you're in the Epstein files?
No, like politician-wise.
Oh, Kamala Harris was in the Epstein files?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, she wasn't.
But she's
No.
associated. I
Yeah.
guarantee you she's a part of
Yeah.
it. Everybody
Okay.
is.
Okay. So what's your evidence that Kamala Harris is incriminated by the Epstein files?
I don't have any evidence.
So you believe in things without evidence?
No, I just didn't really look into the Epstein files because I don't
okay.
believe in any politicians that
Okay.
are
Well,
corrupt.
clearly you've looked into Islam and Muslims being super violent because that's a claim that you made joining the live stream. Can you give me any evidence that Muslim Americans are more likely to be convicted of violent crimes than non-Muslim Americans?
They currently cannot commit crimes because they're under American law. But the more and more they come
Wait,
here, they're
since-
going to try to
since-
overthrow our government.
Wait. Since when has the law stopped all violent people from committing violent crimes? Clearly, if
It's
Muslim
less
people
likely they'll do it in the
but
streets
it
in
would
broad
make
daylight.
it would make it less likely for everybody to commit a violent crime. But if we're starting off from a foundation where Muslims are already more likely than non-Muslims to commit violent crimes, and then we add that unilateral suppressant, reducing the likelihood for everybody, we would still expect Muslims to commit violent crimes at a higher rate than non-Muslims, right?
Yes.
Okay, what's the evidence for that claim?
Just their values, and I'm not saying their values
So
are wrong. but I
values
don't
would not
think
be
their
crime
values
data.
in America. Like,
So
Yeah,
let
but
me,
their
let me clarify. I'm
culture is
asking
around
you for
beating
crime
women.
data to prove that Muslims commit crimes in America at higher rates.
I don't have any data of that.
Oh, so you don't have any evidence?
No, all I have is just like videos of like Western media.
Oh,
Europe
okay.
and things
Well,
like that.
I have a question. Do you think that a video of one person or a group of people doing something would amount to overwhelming evidence of them being disproportionately more likelihood to engage in a violent crime?
I think that the videos I see of Death to America and burning the American flag are very scary, and I worry about Democratic and Republican people. with
Oh, so
seeing
now
things.
so now you're saying that because one body that is very oppressive and very evil said death to America in the name of Islam, when in all reality they're contorting and misconstruing Islam in the same way Nazis contort and misconstrue Christianity. They now speak for all Muslim people. So Hitler committed the genocide of the Holocaust in the name of Christianity. So do you think that because Hitler committed the genocide of the Holocaust in the name of Christianity, that now all Christians are bad? All Christians are violent?
No, I'm
What's the difference?
not even a Christian.
What's the difference
I'm not a
between
Christian at
what is
all.
the difference outside of Hitler being worse than the IRGC? Because as far as I'm concerned, you're saying because the IRGC does bad things in the name of Islam, therefore Islam bad. But, well, therefore, because Hitler did bad things in the name of Christianity, things that are worse than what the IRGC does, therefore Christianity is bad and all Christians are bad.
So, I guess you had a point there, honestly. You have a point. It's just it's like the values of Islam do not have the best interest of anybody, I'm telling you. Like, I just literally
which
want to
ones?
protect the Americans. The true, like, followers of, like, the Quran. And this
What
could
are-
be any
what-
color.
what are the
It does not
specific
just
values?
target, like, just like marrying 9-year-olds and things like that.
Okay. All right. So you're referring to an interpretation of Aisha's age in her hadith. Got it. So there are some Muslims that believe Aisha was 6 when married, 9 when raped by a Prophet Muhammad. And we would argue that those Muslims are really bad people because they conclude that pedophilia and child rape is not a great sin. The same way that there are many Christians who will read Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46 that says slavery is okay as long as it's an Israelite enslaving a non-Israelite, or 1 Samuel 15:3 where God condemns the genocide, commands the genocide of all Amalekites, man, woman, and child, or where Rebecca was 3, and then some Christians will turn around and say because of this, sometimes genocide is okay, sometimes it's okay to slaughter newborns, sometimes slavery is okay, and sometimes pedophilia is okay. We would also say that that small fundamentalist sect of Christians are very bad. Okay? And this would extend actually to all mainstream religions. All mainstream religions have particular religious texts that was written many years ago that if you interpret it in one way will yield grave immoralities, yet if you interpret it in another way will not yield grave immoralities. This is why fundamentalist sects of all major religions are very bad and problematic, yet there are larger benevolent sects of all major religions in which are not bad and are not problematic. You'll hear a fundamentalist Muslim say that Aisha was 6 and it was okay for Prophet Muhammad to marry her. Then you'll hear a non-fundamentalist religion argue that Aisha wasn't 6. She was actually in her mid-20s because they operated off of a different calendar than they do now, so it wasn't pedophilia in the slightest. You'll hear a fundamentalist Christian argue that 1 Samuel 15:3 in the Christian Bible, God literally does compel the genocide and slaughter of newborns, so therefore sometimes killing newborns is okay. But then you'll hear a more benevolent Christian argue that the totality of the Old Testament is completely symbolic and parabolic and is supposed to represent us moral virtues and takeaways in which we could yield positive moral outcomes, and that no, he never actually condemned a genocide and genocide is wrong, and we would argue that's a more benevolent practice of the religion. This is not exclusive to Islam. This is inclusive of all major religions, meaning that it's very bigoted and poor for you to be prejudiced against all Muslims, but A, not be consistent and hold that prejudice against all Jewish individuals and Christians, or B, not be intelligent and recognize that this prejudice is not okay to hold against all Muslims because not all Muslims hold on to those bad interpretations of the Quran and the Hadiths.
I actually agree with you on a lot of that. I do not support Christianity, and I think a lot of America is moving more towards atheism anyways. But the problem is with just the
But you support a quote unquote
those
Christian as
things.
president. So if you want to argue that you hold the same values to be true directed towards Islam as you do Christianity, then why are you willing to make a very poor Christian president, then turn around and argue that Islam is really bad and we shouldn't even be letting Muslims into the country?
I'm not against all Muslims. Like, some of them are very Americanized, but the ones from the Middle East that are still living that life, they're still living like it's like 1,000 years ago. They're still beating and assaulting children. They don't care.
The president
they are
that you
willing to
support
bomb their
admitted to
own
sexually
children
exploiting women and girls, and you
to
made him the most
fight in
powerful man in the
wars.
world. You don't care about assaulting children. You don't
But
care
we have no
about sexually
choice.
exploiting women.
We
You don't
choose
care
the president.
about the rape of women. These are all things that you don't care about. This is a projection
but
onto
you can't-
others.
you
If you
can't
would
choose.
care about these things, then you wouldn't make the man who has done these things unapologetically, then called them funny, president.
We can't choose who's in office. We only have 2 options, and all of them are corrupt liars.
So you think that Kamala Harris was equally as evil or worse than Donald Trump. So what did Kamala Harris
reason
do that
I
was
didn't
equally as
like-
evil or worse than sexually exploiting women and girls turning around and saying it's funny?
It's not funny, but the reason why I didn't pick Kamala Harris is because I was worried about the open border policy, and I was worried about American safety. And not against Hispanic communities, only against like Middle Eastern, Somalian communities, because they do not have good intentions for the American flag or
Wait.
for the American people.
Wait. Middle Eastern Somalian?
No, like 2 different groups. Like, they all come from there. They do not have
What?
good.
What the fuck? Middle Eastern
have good
Somalian?
intentions. No, like
Okay.
the
So,
Muslim.
so you basically just think that like undocumented immigrants are more likely to be violent and commit crimes than citizens.
I think undocumented immigrants who follow the Quran are more likely, that are from that time, not
they're
from
actually
America.
they're actually 2.5 times less likely.
That's not what I hear on the news.
Well,
for
that's what
Europe.
we see from evidence. Like PNAS, who is a data conglomerate that's been tracking crime rates for the last 120 years, who's consistently reported, even today, per results from their 2025 study, that undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes on American soil compared to U.S.-born citizens. And you can't just say that's not what you see on the news, because the news doesn't conduct studies. They'll just highlight like an example of a black man committing a crime, leading you to believe that therefore black men are more violent. They'll highlight an example of a Muslim man shouting absurdities to lead you to believe that Muslim men are more violent. But A, this doesn't mean jack shit when it is not comprised as a part of a study to show general trends of broader crime rates. And B, even a lot of studies in consideration of general trends in broader crime rates don't mean shit, because they don't consider over-policing of predominantly black neighborhoods, systemic disadvantages, and the fact that 86% of exonerations in our criminal justice system account for 14% of our population, black people. So I like you really cannot learn anything from watching a singular news story on Fox News for 30 minutes out of your day. That's not going to inform you of any greater truth in relation to broad crime rates and propensity for violence amongst different demographics.
I guess, we're going to see things differently, and that's okay. Like,
We
I
see
support
things
you for
differently because I'm
the way you see
reasonable and
things.
you're bigoted. We see things differently because I care about the evidence and you care about your prejudice. That's why we see
No,
things differently.
I care about Black, white, Hispanic Americans and Arabic Americans' safety. That's what I care about.
Then give
I care
me
about the
your
future.
evidence that immigrants from the Middle East are more likely to do violent things in America. Give me it.
I only have videos, like many videos.
Then give me one of these videos that you think is sufficient evidence to prove that claim.
I don't know how to send that to you. Do I privately message that to you?
How about you just describe the video? Is it just a video of a Muslim person doing something violent?
It's just been multiple protests,
So multiple
thousands of them saying that
multiple
they're gonna
videos.
take over.
So
Yes,
multiple
yes,
videos of
multiple.
Muslim people doing things that are violent? Okay.
Just
So
saying that they're
how
gonna
so
take
how
over
do you
the
know
country.
that there's not more videos of non-Muslim people saying or doing things that are violent that Fox News just isn't showing you?
No, this isn't from Fox News. These are from Instagram, TikToks, people from
So
Europe.
how do you know that you
posting
just
these.
haven't built a particular oh, now I got to kick you for misinformation. But what I was going to say there is, how do you know that you just haven't built a particular algorithm within your social media apps that are conducive towards the reaffirmation of your baseless prejudice compared to being indicative of broad statistics? Listen, I don't know who needs to hear this, but what you see on your For You page does not inform you of statistical truths, unless what you're seeing on your For You page is somebody that is reading you a study. I just, come on, what are we doing? Let's go to move on to the next guest, you guys. On the opposite side of the queue, if you happen to be MAGA, I'd really appreciate it if you guys would do your very best to try to follow the rules of the live, y'all. Also, guys, if you want to follow along, make sure to hit that follow button top left-hand corner. We do these streams every day. And by the way, if you want to support me in what we do here, you can find my Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message over on the elsewhere. I have a couple people to thank, but in the meantime, we are just going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Lucas, what do you want?
Sorry, Dean. I didn't actually mean to do that. You can move on. Sorry.
Okay, no worries, Lucas. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, you guys. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, y'all. A lot of the people in the comment section want me to accept some random account that's just literally gibberish letters. What's their screen name? Because I'd assume that's just their username, but I only see the screen names in the queue. If you guys tell me their screen name, I'll get them up here. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, you guys. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, you guys. By the way, let me know how your day's been so far down below in that comment section. I hope that it's been okay. We've definitely had some crazy events unfolding today. Bunch of really crazy events. Holy cow. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
20.
What year were you born in?
Excuse me?
What year were you born in?
2001.
Okay. And you said that you're 20? Get out of here. Moving on to the next guest right now. Dude, what a holy blunder. Holy blunder. How bad at math do you need to be? All right, here's a guy that everyone was begging I accept. Let's see who they are. I have a feeling that they're going to be like a 14-year-old. How old are you?
Yo, hello?
Hi, welcome in.
Yeah, I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah. Well, I just think he's better than Kamala Harris, to be honest, in this election.
I mispronounced Kamala. You have a crazy echo. Swipe in and
Oh,
out.
sorry.
Stop screen recording. You gotta fix
Oh,
that.
I'm not screen recording. What'd you say to do? Do I still have echo?
Yes. Do you have any type of external device connected, like a speaker?
Like I'm charging.
Try to unplug it.
Okay, what about now?
Test.
Hello?
Sorry, man. Try swiping it in and out of the app. That's the last thing we could try. That's a very last thing we could try. And it's still broken. Unfortunately, can't happen because of the echo, you guys. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Y'all only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. You guys know the rules. We're just looking for some debates today. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got KMX loading in. Real quick, I want to thank Full Band. Thank you so much for the... That's a kid. Full Band, thank you so much for the $20 who says, good thing that nobody from this administration is hurting women in streets, right? Yeah, I know. That was so fucking hypocritical of her. And I kept on like begging her to address the point, but she like wanted to address the point. Thank you so much, Full Band, for the $20. I appreciate you. Show some love to Full Band down below in that comment section, everybody. Thank you. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? Oh, Sebastian's not here. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now on Venmo. Thank you so much, Justin, for the $20 donation. I want to see 200 Justin W's down below. Thank you so much, man. Justin with the 20 says, we have tens of millions of Americans who are fascists and in a death cult, and she's worried about Muslims. We're so cooked. Yeah, bro, that last guest is brain. It was just fried, Justin. Thank you for the $20. Show some love to Justin. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I just have a quick question for you.
All right, so that means that you're not a Trump supporter. If you are not a Trump supporter, guys, and you join the box, you will get banned. Don't get banned. Follow the rules. The rules are in the middle of your phone screen. I'd also like to quickly thank Caitlin. That is Caitlin. Thank you, Caitlin, for the $25 donation. Show some love to Caitlin down below. You guys who says, Dean is a fellow Colorado peep. I love listening to you. And Loki, always look for you at the No Kings March. Keep it up. Well, if you happen to be in the Junction No Kings March, I was there. Thank you so much for the $25, Caitlin. Huge shout out to you. Show some love to Caitlin. Same thing to Olivia. Thank you for the $15 on Venmo, who says, I've been seeing crazy studies about how MAGA doesn't want to, and yes, how they don't want to admit that they messed up by voting for him. It's crazy.
I just wanted to let you know, have a blessed day, bro, and I really like what you do, man. I like.
Thank you so much, man. Have a good one. Only hop inside of the queue of your MAGA. But anyways, Olivia, I'm sorry that got cut off. I appreciate you so much for the $15 donation. Show some love to Olivia. And then same thing to Abigail. Thank you so much for the $4 on Venmo. All right, let's go to get the next guest connected in right now. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Actually, I was hugely against him up until the recent things with the war that's happening, and I'm kind of confused of what I should be thinking, frankly. I'm Persian. I grew up in Iran. I know how the government there is. And when you go to visit, a lot of these Persian people were calling out to Trump for help.
How did he help them? Because he said that all of their military objectives have been met, which means he's not going to do anything more than he already has. So how has he helped the Persian people?
I don't think that he's going there to help. I think it's a power trip that he's going through. But I feel like the people had no other choice.
Okay, but what did he do for the people?
It's kind of a complicated situation, don't you think? That you have to you have Israel there. You want to get rid of this government, and this government is threatening Israel.
I don't think that you understand the question that I'm asking you. So
you're asking me how did he help, and I'm telling you that. Mm-hmm.
Has any action that he's engaged in since the start of the war until right now helped the Persian people?
No, not yet. No.
Okay, exactly. Your claim is not yet. So I would argue, or I would assume that you're arguing that he may help the Persian people with further engagement in this war?
Hopefully by supporting a democratic government coming there and giving people the choice.
Right. Donald Trump has told you to your face that's not going to happen. Today in his statement, he said that all of America's military objectives have been met. Nothing else is going to happen.
So there wasn't a 8 p.m. call that he sent out?
Yes, he's saying that they're pushing that back by 2 weeks, but all of American military objectives have been met. So I don't even know what that means to push it back by 2 weeks. If all of our objectives have already been met, we should just be pulling out. But I think it's just Donald Trump laying the groundwork for a way to get out of this as a way to get out of this war. But regardless of that fact, he said that all of our objectives have been met. There's no other objectives that he wants to achieve that have not been met.
So he went halfway through this war and is about to just leave the country in its devastated state under a bad government.
I would assume that's inevitably what's going to happen. Is here in 2
You're
weeks.
saying he's the type
gonna
of
pull
person
out.
to just like back down and have that on his record and his history. We're talking about someone who's extremely ego driven.
Well, he's trying to make it perceptively look good for him by arguing that he was able to achieve regime change and all of our objectives have been met. That's what he's saying.
It hasn't changed though. Okay, I see what you're saying, but
'Cause he's a liar.
everything that he's putting out is very confusing because he's saying one thing, and I understand his tactic is creating confusion and creating fear and hoping that they'll back down, and they're clearly not.
Right. So, but he's claiming that they have backed down. He's claiming that we've achieved our objectives. He's claiming that we got regime change. None of those things are true, but that's what he's claiming.
And then he has no relationship with Shah's son, because I haven't seen one meeting with them.
Right.
That was the person that was supposed to come in office after these people.
Right.
Okay, this is extremely sad. I don't know if anybody's hearing this and like is actually still supporting him. Like I don't know what to tell y'all because this is like enough evidence. Like you just went through this whole like just ego-driven journey, and all these people are just looking at you for help, and nothing has come from it.
Right.
I mean, you should have like looked at the tactics better and how deeply rooted these people are. It wasn't like Saddam Hussein or something in the past that has happened where it was just like kill one man and it's done. It was much further rooted in everything.
I appreciate you for coming up, and I really hope that I was able to push you to reconsider your reconsidered support for Trump.
No, absolutely. I cannot stand him. But yeah, you have a good day. Continue debating and continue changing people's minds because...
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I didn't mean to cut you off there after you said because. I just genuinely thought that you were done speaking. But you have a good rest of your day. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Jacob loaded up into the box right now. Only on the side of the queue, given that you're MAGA. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Jacob, do you support Trump? Okay, goodbye. Only looking for debates, you guys. Please follow the rules of the live stream. If you want to be able to stay on the live stream, you have to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump. You guys should hopefully know the rules. Moving on to the next guest right now. We got Tara loading up into the box. Perfect. Here we go. Tara is loading in. There's loading in. Quite frankly, she's loading in, everybody. She's loading in. Oh, she left. Okay, so goodbye, Tara, and hello. Who will be next? And a hello, Yarman. Perfect. Awesome. Next guest is loading up. Over on PayPal, thank you so much, Linda, for the $50 donation on PayPal. Thank you so much. Show some up to Linda down below in that comment section, everybody. Show some up to Linda. Thank you so much, Linda. Linda with the $50 says,
Hello.
Dean, please read to yourself. Okay, I will read that to myself, Linda. Thank you so much for the love and support. I want to see 500 Linda down below. Thank you so much, Linda. That is
Hello.
very kind of you. Hello, Laura. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you're trolling. Fake Southern accent. Yarman, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
18.
18. What year were you born in?
2008.
2008. What month?
March.
March. Cool. Why do you support Trump?
Because all the, like, no tax on tips and,
I love it.
like, he also improves stocks because of, like, the no taxes deal.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, clearly you haven't been
just-
tracking the markets. The markets have been in the absolute shitter since the start of his war in Iran. I mean, we actually had the most significant one-day drops in the market in history of the market. And I think this was last week. You also said that you support him because of the no tax on tips policy. Yeah, but inevitably, in consideration of all of the other provisions within the Big Beautiful Bill, that's not helping the average American. The CBPP tells us that the average American is having a reduction in their purchasing power because of the Big Beautiful Bill. Same thing with everybody else making at or under $51,000 per year. because of the massive cuts to energy production, which is making energy cost more, because of the massive cuts to ACA subsidies, where now people on the ACA have to pay upwards of an additional $2,000 a month for insurance, massive cuts to Medicaid, so now 10 million low-income Americans got cut off of Medicaid, massive cuts to food stamps, now 3 million low-income Americans got cut off of food stamps. So overall, the bill in which quote-unquote no tax on tips is very detrimental to the average American. Last point I'll make here is that Kamala Harris also ran on no tax on tips, so you'd be getting that same provision without any of the negative side effects, given that she was president, which is only more reason insofar as why you shouldn't support Trump today.
And also, I like him because he like reinforced the border more so that they like can't enter.
Yeah, reinforce the border more.
Easily.
So completely bail on the first point. Sure. What did Donald Trump do to increase border security?
He closed the border.
How?
And he also deported many
How?
illegal immigrants
How did he close the border?
by sending more people there.
Really? I don't think that sending more people to the border closes the border. Don't you think that the border is wide open under Biden?
Well, like it's more patrolled.
Was the border wide open under Biden?
No.
Was it open under Biden? Was the border bad under Biden?
I mean, it was pretty shit because
Right, but like we've had the most troops deployed in American history to the southern border under Biden. Not only do we have like 15,000 of our own, we also had 17,000 Mexican troops.
Apparently they didn't do that good of a job because they still came flooding in.
Right, so what it seems like is just merely deploying troops to the southern border. It doesn't close the southern border. So
okay, but
how did he close the southern border?
What?
What did he do to close the southern border?
He sent better people there and had better equipment to like properly control them.
How do you
Just
know
because
this?
you send multiple people, because they obviously aren't coming in more.
Okay. That's the meat on the bone. That's what's important here. The fact that undocumented entry has gone down, right?
Yes.
Okay. I agree. Undocumented entry has gone down by like a lot. That does not mean that the border is more secure. I think that means that we have a very dictatorial leader who's been violating the human, constitutional, and natural rights of both legal and undocumented immigrants in this country, which has scared away new entry. Since the beginning of Donald Trump's second administration, we've seen people getting deported with no due process in violation of their constitutional rights to a place in Sica, El Salvador, where they've literally been tortured. JP, thank you so much for the Frozen Nebula on TikTok. I appreciate you, JP. That is beyond kind of you, my friend. Shout out to JP. Shout out to JP. Since the beginning of the second administration, we've been witnessing the murder of citizens in the streets of this country, which has then been defended by the administration. We've seen college students black-bagged and then illegally taken to ICE detention centers thousands of miles away. We've seen inhumane detention centers like Alligator Alcatraz be popped open
you want to
in
talk
less
about
than 2
inhumane
weeks
detention
and
centers?
then shot down in less than a month.
What happened with Barack Obama when he put in these illegal immigrants in cages?
One moment. Okay, we've seen so much human rights abuse of the Constitution, so on and so forth. Not only on the individual level defended by the administration, such as I just described, but also on that federal level through illegal policies, such as infringing on the 14th Amendment, to take citizenship away from citizens, to reclassify them as undocumented immigrants to be deported. These are the things in which are reducing new undocumented entry by scaring it away, not a better secured border.
Okay, so you're talking about inhumane facilities, but what happened when Barack Obama put all these illegal immigrants in cages during his presidency?
I will not litigate that claim because it is irrelevant to the debate.
How? You're talking about what they did with these illegal immigrants that came into our country.
And the reason why we're talking about what they've been doing to the undocumented immigrants is only as it is relevant to disproving your claim that the reason why undocumented entry is down is because of a border that's more secure.
Whoa, wait, what? Repeat that again, my bad.
The reason why I brought up the inhumane treatment of legal immigrants and undocumented immigrants today in America is because it is what refutes and disproves your claim that the border is more secure and that's why undocumented immigration is down. Because what we're demonstrating here is a reason why undocumented immigration is down has nothing to do with a border that's more secure, and it's more so to do with them being scared to enter because of the inhumane treatment of people just like them that are already here.
Or that they just don't want to come here because that it's better, and also like they see what ICE is doing and it's more enforced, so that they like, I don't know.
I mean, this
is my first debate.
Well,
how
my
did
friend,
I do that?
My friend, you just agreed with me. You
No.
said that
It's
the
because
reason
ICE
why
is
they don't
better
want
in
to come
control,
here is
and
because they've seen what ICE is doing and they no longer want to enter. Exactly
no, because
my
they know
point.
that they're more strict and it's not as easy.
I would definitely argue that what you're calling strictness is in all reality fascist. Okay? No, there's nothing quote unquote strict about killing people and then defending it by falsely labeling them as terrorists. That's just fascist. There's nothing strict about rewriting the Constitution illegally with the use of a unconstitutional EO to redefine citizens as undocumented immigrants. Okay, that's just him positioning himself above the law of the land, trying to play dictator. Okay, like, dude, nothing strict about that. That's just authoritarianism.
How did he put himself above the law? I didn't understand that.
By acting
he
like
went
he can
against-
change the law with executive orders.
What? Like, how did he have executive orders?
Do you know what an executive order is?
Nah, not really. I'm a dumbass, I guess.
An executive order, okay, is an enforceable order that the president can sign into effect that is just supposed to tell us how we implement federal law, okay? Meaning that executive orders have to abide by federal law and they have to abide by the Constitution, okay? But he's been using executive orders not to describe how we implement federal law, but rather to rewrite federal law and to rewrite the Constitution. Like with his executive order number 14160 that ordered that if you're born here on American soil to parents that are undocumented immigrants, you do not have a rightful claim to birthright citizenship, even though in all reality they've had that right constitutionally protected since 1868 with the enforcement of the 14th Amendment.
Yeah, I think that, like, yeah, I don't know. This is my first debate. Very nervous. I can't really think. But thank you for your time, and have a good day.
You as well. I hope that you consider some of the things in which I shared with you. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of that queue if you are MAGA. Only up inside of that queue if you are MAGA. We got the next guest loading up in the box right now. For everybody hanging out with us in here, guys, make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen. I want to see if we could maybe try to get up to 10 million likes. That would be crazy. Hell yes. Let's get that live to push out to more people. Let's get more people in here. Okay, we're going to try to change some minds. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? What's your name? Peyton? Hello? Peyton? It's not here. Okay, fantastic. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. All right. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now, you guys. This next guest is only going to be up momentarily. Very shortly. A lot of people want to understand the context here. Hey, you're a beta. Remember when you lost that push-up competition to me? 87-25?
Why do you show your fans that you're such a little wussy boy that you constantly
Wussy
want to just
wussy boys win push-up competitions. Wussy boys. I'm a wussy boy. W wussy boys in the comment section. W wussy boys in that comment section. Wussy boys.
You want to get up to 10 million likes? Okay? You have a real strong debate and stop picking through the people who are shitty and making yourself look good, bro. That's what you need to do.
Yeah.
Take on some real debates.
Okay,
Take on some real ones,
tell
bro.
the real debaters to hop in the queue, dude. What the hell are we doing?
Well, one thing we need to do,
I just
Mr.
like
Withers,
randomly select people.
We need to understand that Donald Trump did checkmate today with Iran. Have you talked to your chat about that yet? Or did he taco? Did you want the unaliving of innocent victims standing on bridges because of the IRGC today? Is that what you wanted?
Well, he
Mr.
did
Withers?
taco, but I'm happy he did. Very good.
Oh, good. So good. Was that checkmate for Iran today?
I think it was not a checkmate for Iran because it doesn't really seem like he's getting anything out of this. And I know that he's not getting anything out of this because he's had to lie about what he's getting out of it. And when he said that we have this 2-week ceasefire with Iran, he said that we've already effectively implemented regime change and we've achieved all of our military objectives, which means everything in which he wanted to get done in Iran by starting the war has already been achieved. But then when we reflect on what has been achieved since he started the war in late February, nothing has been achieved since we started the war in late February.
Nothing has been achieved.
Yes.
Seriously?
Yeah, what's been achieved?
Seriously.
What's been achieved?
We have definitely neutralized targets, okay, over there. 100%. We have absolutely
Be more specific.
shined the... What's that?
Be more specific.
Government and their military facilities.
Does
that
the
we've
IRGC
struck.
still stand?
I mean, they're like cockroaches. They're scattering. Of course, they still stand.
Okay,
What are we
so they
supposed
still
to do?
stand.
Just, are we supposed to level the
Are the
entire
Iranian people
place?
liberated?
I mean, we're definitely shaking things up, dude, for sure.
No,
yeah.
no. I want a direct answer to my question. As it stands, are the Iranian people liberated?
I wouldn't know that exactly. Neither would you.
The answer to the question is no, because the
No.
IRGC still stands. If the IRGC still stands, then the Iranian people are not liberated.
Yeah, but what you have to understand here is the actual people need to have an uprising, okay, and take back their country. The ones that do not want to be ran by the tyranny of the RIGC need to take over. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to shake it up and make some chaos actually happen where the citizens actually go, no, we don't want this, government.
Is a
that's
ceasefire giving them
Hang
2
on.
weeks to
we don't
recollect,
want
shaking
we don't
things
want this
up?
government that is ran by their Muslim agenda over here. We want freedom in our country.
First and foremost, I think that a Muslim agenda, can mean freedom. The same way I think a benevolent atheistic agenda could mean freedom. A benevolent Christian agenda could mean freedom. I think that we see people from all walks of life that practice all worldviews that agree with freedom for all. Okay, they're benevolent practitioners of all religions. Now, second of all, I disagree with everything that you've said. I do not think that Donald Trump has set the stage for the Iranian people to take back their country, to introduce democracy and free themselves of oppression. Why? Because Donald Trump has appealed to the new IRGC as more reasonable, more level-headed as a governing body that should exist. All right. That's what he said. Like, for instance, in his post today about announcing the 2-week ceasefire agreement, he said that we've already achieved regime change. And now the people that are governing over the country are significantly more reasonable and fair. Now, what if every single Iranian believed Donald Trump, believed the lie that regime change was effective, believed the lie that now we have less terroristic, more reasonable leaders? We would not see a revolution. So in other words, your only argument here is to hope that the Iranian people do not believe what Donald Trump says about the regime change, quote unquote, with the new, more reasonable IRGC in order for them to take it back and commit their own uprising. Donald Trump, in accordance with his own admission, is culpable for the continued oppression of the Iranian people. And you and every other Trump supporter, have some questions to fucking answer, because this whole time you've been trying to convince me
I would
and everybody
love to
else
answer
that
if
he's
you
going to
could
go
shut up and
liberate
let me
the
answer.
people.
Okay, stop emotionally yapping. Let's have the conversation, bro. Okay, I'll answer the questions. So, this is what I need to ask you, Mr. Hypothetical. Would you rather that the United States, take your pick, you're the greatest hypothetical guy, answer one for yourself. Would you rather that the United States was overwhelmingly Muslim or overwhelmingly Christian right now? Answer the point, dumbass. Watch
Nick, I
this,
appreciate you so
chat.
much for the Leon McKinnon.
21,000 people. Go. Answer the question. One or the other.
I would prefer the United States of America to be overwhelmingly benevolent, regardless of their atheistic, Muslim, or Christian.
What did I just ask of you?
This is would I prefer the country to be overwhelmingly
Answer the
Christian or
question.
overwhelmingly Muslim?
One or the other, dude. Take your pick. Stop running from me.
That question is like asking me, would I prefer the country to wear
Oh,
overwhelmingly
look at
blue
him,
shirts?
chat.
I'm
Watch
gonna
him
mute
start
you so I can answer
muting
the
me
question.
now.
Asking me the question, would I prefer the country to be overwhelmingly
There's
Christian?
the mute.
Because you're interrupting me. Yes, I mute people when they interrupt me. Asking me the question, would I prefer the
There's
country?
the second mute.
because you interrupted me a second time. There's a third mute because you interrupted me a third time.
You're not answering
now
the
there's
question.
a fourth mute. Yeah, now I'm not because you interrupted me. I'd only be able to answer if you let me speak.
This is not going to be a good moment for you, dude. Clip
Then
farm coming. Go
Let me
ahead.
dig my own grave. Let me dig my own grave. by
Take
letting
your
me
pick.
Speak. Just let me dig my own grave by letting me speak if it's not going to be a good moment for me.
I don't need your
It's going to be a good moment for me. That's why you won't let me speak. But anyways, so asking me the question, would I prefer the country to be overwhelmingly Christian or overwhelmingly Muslim is like asking me the question, would I prefer America to wear overwhelmingly blue shirts or overwhelmingly red shirts? Ultimately, merely wearing a red shirt or merely wearing a blue shirt is something I'm not really concerned with. So I don't really care if the country is overwhelmingly wearing blue shirts or overwhelmingly wearing red shirts. But what I am concerned with, and what I do care, is individuals possessing A, the freedom to wear a blue shirt or a red shirt, or to be Muslim or Christian, and B, in the possession of that freedom, practicing that freedom in a way in which is beneficial for themselves and society as a whole. So if there were to be a Muslim or a Christian freely practicing that religion in America, they're doing so in accordance with the greater means of common sense morality and benevolence.
Okay, so you don't have to answer it directly. You won't, and we'll get off of that because I don't want you to kick me and be emotional.
You know
and
that
act
that
like
was a
child
great answer.
So it wasn't even an answer, dude. It was so pathetic. It was unbelievable.
I know.
Dodge number one.
You could cope in one. I ate. I'm not gonna lie.
That
was a good ass answer. I'm proud of myself for that answer because I think I just correctly represented the best possible answer that anybody could give to that question. Because the question is framed in a sense that you are like forcing me to seclude myself into the suppression of one person's freedom of religion. Because if I were to say that I want the country to be overwhelmingly Muslim, well, now I'm suppressing the freedom of religion that would be possessed by atheists, agnostics, Christians, people that practice Norse religions, Judaism, so on and so forth. If I were to answer that question by saying that I want the country to be overwhelmingly Christian, well, then I'd just be doing that same thing, but on the inverse. So ultimately, I feel like my answer, just telling you that I'm unconcerned with what the religious makeup of our country is, as long as everybody in the country has the freedom of religion to practice whatever religion they want, and they're practicing their religions in a way in which is benevolent and good for themselves and the rest of society as a whole, I don't care.
Okay, freedom of religion, Constitution and all that stuff. Yeah, that's another argument, and I totally get it, and I don't disagree with you on that. This is the thing I want to ask you. Do you think it's better for society if you take two prophets and one of them was celibate, okay, and unalived for his beliefs, and you follow that one? Or the other one married a 6-year-old, okay, and hooked up with her when she was 9, and you follow that one? Go ahead. Answer that question, Dean.
Well, I don't follow any prophet.
I'm waiting on this one.
Well, I mean, you have to consider.
Mute me and filibuster again. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm
going to dig deep on you today, bro.
If you want to play the hyper fundamentalist blame game of the malfeasance that we could find within the fundamentalist
first mute right there. There it is.
Well, because you interrupted me.
No, I didn't. You're just scared. You're not answering.
Well,
who listens to this guy speak? Who tunes in for this?
Well,
who
right now,
tunes in for this?
28,000 people tune in for this.
Yeah, 28,000 children that are lying to people about their age to come in here to say the N-word. Dude, this is insane.
So you're
you cannot debate, Dean. You cannot debate.
I think I can debate, or else you let me speak so I could dig my own grave.
I'll mute myself. Go ahead and talk for 20 minutes in a circle.
You asked me the question, would I rather follow a prophet in which is celibate, or would I rather follow a prophet in which married a 6-year-old? Well, I'd actually rather follow no prophet because I'm an agnostic and I don't think that prophets exist, or at least I'm not convinced of the existence of prophets. But clearly, the nuance that would underpin that question is hinging on to the fundamentalist interpretation of Islam, that Prophet Muhammad married Aisha when she was 6 years old, then consummated the marriage at 9 years old. As I repeated earlier today on the stream, there are many Muslims that don't believe that to be true. Perfect. But if we want to play that fundamentalist blame game, let's just do that same thing for the Christian prophet, which, by the way, wasn't a prophet. He was a son of God. There's a difference between God and a prophet. You should know this as a Christian yourself. You just failed the Bible game. But let's now reword your question to represent the fundamentalist beliefs of the Christian God and the fundamentalist beliefs of the Islamic prophet. Would I rather follow the Christian God, okay, who impregnated Mary at 13, endorsed the marriage of Rebecca when she was 3, argued that slavery is okay, as long as the enslavers are Israelites and the enslaved are not Israelites, and compelled the genocide of all Amalekites, including the children, or the Muslim prophet that married a 6-year-old and raped her when she's 9? Well, it seems like when we correctly represent the fundamentalist beliefs of both the Christian God and the Islamic prophet, that we shouldn't follow the Christian God or the Islamic prophet, which is exactly what I believe. I don't think that we should follow any fundamentalist interpretation of any mainstream religion because they all suck. They're all harmful.
Okay, you're going to need to do this. You're going to need to back up your claim. Show me that Mary was 13 when she was became pregnant, okay,
Sure.
by Christ.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and give you evidence for all the claims in which I made.
Go ahead and show that to me, please.
I'll just go ahead and give you the evidence for all the claims that I made, including that one.
No. You're going to show me. We're going to wait. You're going to show me.
Another minute. So I'm going to give you the evidence for all the claims that I made, including that one. So the evidence for the claim that the Christian God was okay with slavery would be in accordance with Leviticus 25, verses 44 through 46. The evidence for the claim that the Christian God condemned genocide, of babies included, would be 1 Samuel 15:3. And then the evidence that Mary was likely around 13 years old is a fact that according to historians, that is the age in which girls would get married and have children in old Roman Judaistic society, which Mary lived in. Now, I do just want to flag for all the viewers here that we are strictly talking about the fundamentalist interpretation of the religious text of the Quran and of the religious text of the Christian Bible. There are a bunch of really benevolent Christians and really benevolent Muslims that reject that God's okay with slavery, that reject Prophet Muhammad married a 6-year-old. I love you guys. If you treat religion like a symbol of peace and love for everlasting life, to make yourself better and to make the world better as a whole, and respect to dignity and human rights, you're awesome.
What did you even just say? I
said the evidence.
What was that?
I said the evidence that the Christian God is okay with slavery is Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46. The evidence that the Christian God commanded genocide, including that of children, would be 1 Samuel 15:3. And the evidence that Mary was likely around 13 years old, is that is what historians indicate the average age to be of a girl married and then give birth to a child.
Okay.
Ancient.
Can you swallow
Roman
some saliva so I can
Judeo
speak?
Society.
Can you swallow some saliva so I can speak?
Sure.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So the New Testament in the King James Bible actually talks about how you're not supposed to have slaves. So this whole, Mosaic law that you go back to. So please just give me 1 second, Mr. Withers.
Thank you for proving my point.
No, listen.
You just proved my point.
So wait a minute.
Prove my point. Go ahead.
So Islam holds to the Old Testament.
No. I want you to
Can
prove
I
my point.
finish speaking, dude?
I want you to finish your statement about the New Testament of the Christian Bible.
On top of the muting and cutting off?
Well, now I'm just doing it.
Dude, what is your deal, bro?
I'm just giving you what you gave me. It's pretty fun.
You're an absolute child, man.
So you were being a child when you interrupted me 4 times in a row. Got it.
Good Lord.
Go ahead.
So when you corrected me earlier and said you made the grave mistake, Liam, Jesus was not a prophet. He was actually God, okay? No, I was making the argument that Muslims believe that Jesus Christ was a prophet. They do not believe he was God. So that's why I made the comparison. I said, would you rather, okay, that the country followed a prophet that was celibate, or one that married a 6-year-old and hooked up with her when she was 9, okay? And then you just filibustered again and talked in an effing circle, okay?
That's not true. I just made sure that you correctly represented the question that you asked me.
I realized that
1 second, Liam. I just made sure that you correctly represented the question that you asked me. I just made sure that we were correctly representing the fundamentalist interpretation of Prophet Muhammad and the fundamentalist interpretation of Jesus Christ. If you're going to ask me, would I rather follow Jesus or Prophet Muhammad, we need to ensure that we're either representing the fundamentalist interpretation of the Christian God and the Islamic prophet, or we're representing more mainstream, more benevolent interpretations of the Christian God and the Muslim prophet. Because if we're not going to represent them within the same scope of interpretation, then we're being very unfair.
We're not being very unfair. We're being very factual right now. So stop this BS and stay to the point, bro.
How is it bullshit to say that it's unfair to represent these two religious ideologues within the same set of interpretation? It's like it's so bad faith to say, would I rather follow Muhammad, who raped a 9-year-old, or follow the Christian God, who's all about loving thy neighbor? When in all reality, if we want to represent the fundamentalist interpretation of the Christian God the same way you're representing that of Prophet Muhammad, we'd say the Christian God, who said that slavery is okay, condemned the genocide of newborns, and killed everybody alive with a flood because he was angry.
So this is the thing. Let me please try to make this argument if you could understand. Okay. The creator of every single thing that we have near and dear to us, every single thing that the planet Earth, the stars, the world is made of was created. Let's just make that argument. I know you don't believe it's true, whatever. Let's just say that it was. How would it be wrong for the creator to anything that he wanted to do, he could add or take away whatever he wanted to do? We could make that claim, right? So let's say you hang on. Let's say that you, as a baker, let's say that you baked a beautiful cake. And you're like, you know what, I don't want this. And then beat it down with a baseball bat. Are you wrong to do that when you made that cake yourself?
No, because cakes don't hold moral significance and weight like the life of children do.
Okay, so are you going to say that you're equal to the creator of potentially everything?
Are you going to say
that
it's really bad
You're
when
not even a cake to a cake maker, okay? When it comes to Christ and mankind.
I want you to understand the issue that you're tracking right now.
You're a speck of stupidity on planet Earth.
The issue,
you understand that?
The issue that you're guilty of right now is actually justifying the fundamentalist interpretations of Christianity, arguing that it's actually okay that slavery is okay because God said it was okay, and God's always right because he's the creator of all. But I see no relevant difference between a fundamentalist Christian such as you agreeing that slavery is okay because God said so, and agreeing that the child rape of Aisha, accepting that she was 9, was okay because Muhammad was a prophet. Like, both of those two beliefs are like really bad. And that's what I'm trying to get you to acknowledge.
Wait a minute.
Okay?
Wait a minute, Dean.
But in the same breath, because I want to make sure that I repeat this in the same breath all of the time, there are so many Christians that do not think slavery was ever okay. Massive thumbs up. Just like there are so many Muslims that do not think Aisha was 9. Massive thumbs up. He's not muted. He just doesn't know what to say because I'm right. He's wrong.
Dude, I've muted myself. I've muted myself once. I told you when I muted myself. Chat, every time you've seen me muted, he's muted me. Every single time.
Oh, yes. Don't give them more reason to like me.
I mean, I
think... Oh, man, that's good.
You know, I'm going to run my own live one of these evenings. I'm just going to read off the...
That was a mod. Mod just made you. That wasn't even me.
Yeah.
Oh man.
It would take me 2 days to get through all of the stuff that your loving fans say to me. But is what it is, dude.
I have a question. Did Trump threaten to genocide Iran?
Yes, he did.
Do you understand why I wouldn't want to support a president who threatens to genocide other countries?
We both know that was maybe came out of his mouth, but that's not exactly what he meant. Okay.
But I think that definitely demonstrates that we can't trust his mental faculties, because his mental faculties are so unreliable that apparently, according to you, he unintentionally threatens to genocide 90 million people.
No, dude. Stop it, bro. He
How's
said
that not
many.
a fair takeaway?
He said
You
many.
said that's what came out of his mouth, but that's not what he meant. Therefore, the conclusion, according to you, is that he unintentionally threatened to genocide 90 million people. Super unreliable brain.
You said that
Super
Donald
senile.
Trump. You said that Donald Trump called for the execution of people in Congress. Okay, as well.
Yes.
But
I
is
did
there
say
any?
that. I do
Okay,
say that.
cool. But is there any evidence that he's
Yes.
tried to follow through with that claim?
Is there any evidence that he tried to execute them? I mean, I feel
Yeah.
like we might be able to find some level of evidence rooted within the fact that he reached over to the DOJ to get them to follow through with the processes required to try to arrest them for treason.
Okay,
but clearly
okay. Is
there's
that
no probable cause for arrest to be made? So
Is that
they
political?
were
Is that
arrested.
political? Is that political violence? Pretty heavy political violence.
Yeah.
So is it heavier when Biden says to keep Donald Trump in the crosshairs, and then literally less than a week, 3 days after that, Butler happened, where his
No.
life was nearly taken,
No.
and
because
then
that's an
and then
idiom.
Biden actually apologized for what came out of his mouth?
Yeah, he shouldn't have. El Biden.
Was that political violence?
No.
It wasn't. Can you tell me for certain that that young man that did that didn't do that because of the words that came out of Biden's mouth?
Can you tell me for certain that that young man didn't
Oh,
do that
dodge number
because
3, chat.
It's actually not a dodge. It was a representation of why that's a bad argument.
And a mute.
The
Sorry,
question
a
was
dodge.
going to be, can you tell me for certain that
another
that young
mute.
man didn't do that because of like he saw an AI video online of Donald Trump asking people to come unalive him. What's relevant there is that you can't assert any reasonable possibility of that being the case. So therefore, we would discount it as a reasonable explanation of why he attempted to assassinate him. But regardless of that fact, even if the reason why Thomas Crooks did try to kill Donald Trump was because of Biden's statement, put him in the crosshairs, well, we wouldn't blame Biden here. We would blame Thomas Crooks here, because put him in the crosshairs is a political idiom as old as politics itself.
Oh, gosh.
That we obviously cannot conflate
What are
to a direct
crosshairs?
call for one's execution. But
What are crosshairs?
one moment.
Don't dodge again. That's dodge 4. What are crosshairs?
A crosshair would be like a scope on a gun or other instruments.
Was there a scope on the rifle that Crooks used?
Yes. What's a tall glass of water?
Oh my
What's a tall glass? What's a
Chat,
tall glass of
How
water?
many times do I dog walk this guy? How many times?
The reason why that's not
How
a dog
many?
walk is because of
Oh
this
my
following
gosh.
question. What's a
Clip
tall glass
farm,
of water?
ladies and gentlemen.
It's
You
not
know
a
what
dog walk.
videos you never
No,
see?
no. I answered your question. I answered your question expecting that I'd be able to ask you one in return. Yeah, like a crosshair is like clearly like a thing on a gun. Okay. What's a tall glass of water?
What is a tall glass of water?
Yeah.
It could be mineral water. You know, it could be mountain spring water. And
A glass with a water in it, right?
Yeah, wait a minute.
A tall glass of water is a tall glass with water in it, right? So if my girlfriend were to call me a tall glass of water, is she literally saying that I'm a cylindrical tube made of glass with H2O inside of it?
If your girlfriend was to call you a tall glass of water, she wouldn't be calling you that, dude. I'm not going to tell you what she would be calling you because I'm a gentleman, okay? Got it, little snowflake? Moving
I understand
forward.
that you got a projection because you just got cooked after you claimed victory too.
Oh
You just try to
God,
claim victory. You try to say that you're clip farming me. You try to say that you won the point because I answered the question. Admittedly, yes, a crosshair would be a scope on a gun. The same way that a tall glass of water is a tall glass with water in it. But both of these two things would be what we refer to as idioms, which is where we refer to something in a non-literal metaphorical sense to convey some type of message. And for whatever reason in society, referring to somebody as a tall glass of water is not conveying the message that they are literally a cylindrical tube made out of glass with water inside of it, but rather the message that they're attractive or something along those lines. The same way, the political idiom, put them in the crosshairs, merely conveys the metaphorical purpose of focusing on. And by the way, that's where the idiom comes from. Because when you have a crosshair on a gun, what do you do with that crosshair? You focus on that crosshair. You try to get something inside of that crosshair to achieve an end goal, like hunting. The end goal would be to kill an elk. You focus on the elk, you put it in the crosshair, then you achieve that end goal of killing the elk to then take it home and eat it. And the reason why that morphed into a political idiom is because inside of politics, when we say we want to put somebody inside of crosshairs, we're saying that we want to really focus on this person to achieve an end goal, which is either to ensure that they win an election, that they lose an election, that they raise money, that they have a position to run for the presidency in the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. But at the end of the day, regardless of what the potential meanings can be, it conveys a message of focus through a metaphorical idiom. But by the way, I want to clarify here that even if we were to accept loosely that this was Biden using an idiom to call for Donald Trump's assassination, well, we don't have to say that same thing for Trump because he never used an idiom to call for somebody's assassination. He did so in clear English. He said that they deserve to die for what they did, then reposted a comment that said hang them. So still yet, even if you were right in this bad faith argument you are making, Donald Trump is still worse. And I think that we find so many Trump supporters in that position.
He said hang them, you
every single
said?
day on this live, where they will make terribly bad faith arguments, and which like clearly aren't the case. But even if we were to assume that your terribly bad faith arguments were the case, they still would not amount to something in which is worse than the president that you support.
Swallow your saliva again and just shut the hell up, please. That
You
was
want me to shut the
insane.
hell up because you're getting
Yeah.
cooked.
I don't think anyone gets muted when they come up here on your page the way I do. It's diabolical.
Because nobody interrupts me the way you do. It's diabolical.
No, bro, you don't like getting cooked. You think that if you overtalk someone like myself, that means that you're winning. And your chat goes, oh, listen to him and all these wonderful little cute feminine points that he's making. He speaks so well. Yeah. Yeah, that's what Dean Withers does. Yeah, with your lesbian haircut, okay? You get this little guy, okay? So, back to what you were saying, okay? If he would have said something...
If the best retort to the argument I just gave you is that I'm feminine with a lesbian haircut, then you've lost the debate and you're mad.
I'm not mad. Let me finish.
Then your retort would not have been that I'm feminine
Stop
with a
muting.
lesbian
It looks
haircut.
weak.
Like I just need to clarify.
Muting is weak,
Like the
dude.
fact that you responded to the argument that I gave you by saying that I make quote unquote feminine points with a lesbian haircut could only mean that you're mad. There's nothing else that could mean. Like the only possible explanation of that retort is that you're mad.
Can someone please send him $400 right now so he'll scream like a little child? Okay, send him $400. Someone. Okay.
Why
anyway,
are you asking viewers of the live stream to send me $400? That's weird.
because I like to see you squeal like a little child. Anyway, so back to your question.
Okay,
here.
well, I
So
guess
he
I'll
said-
give you a couple squeals.
Keep
real
him.
quickly
Hang
then.
on. Keep him in the.
King, thank you for the $5 over on Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for that, love, King. Mr. Flinch, thank you for the $5 as well. He says you got beat in a push-up competition. We all saw that live. You got embarrassed. Cart, thank you for the $20 as well. I appreciate you so much for that, love, Cart. Let's get 200 Cart W's down below in that chat, as well as Din. Thank you for the $20. Who says in regards to that wild genocide sin watching, the fact that you could support somebody who's threatening to kill an entire population is fucking insane. Quote unquote MAGA. America would never return to the power it held around the world. Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for the $20. Show some love to all of our supporters over there at Chat Super. I appreciate you guys so very much. On Venmo, thank you so much, Peter, for the $65 donation. Let's get 650 Peter W's down below in that comment section. That is beyond kind, my friend. Peter with the 65 says, when you're supporting somebody that even Alex Jones is calling for their removal, you know that you're in a whole new level of psychotic. Dude, isn't that crazy? Alex Jones is calling for Trump to be impeached. Like, oh my God, that's when you know it's bad. Thank you for the $65, Peter. That is seriously beyond kind of you, my friend. Thank you so much. Show some massive love to Peter down below because that is so incredibly kind. Stevie, thank you for the $20 who says, does Liam ever get tired of losing to you? No, it makes me think that he's a masochist king. Amanda, thank you for the $5 for the mute fund. Joseph, thank you so much for the $15 who says the first of the night. This is for your ability to keep your cool while debating people who have the intelligence of a brick. Love you. You know I love you too. Thank you so much for the $15, Joseph. Of real, thank you for the $15 as well. Who says your patience with this guest. I could never. over. He's highly emotional and angry for no reason. I can't imagine having to deal with him on a daily basis. I know, imagine like knowing this guy in real life. Yeesh. Thank you so much for the $15 of real. Let's get 150 of real W's down below. Maggie, thank you for the $5. Rachel, thank you for the $5. Chelsea, thank you for the $5. And then Jennifer, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. I want to see 500 Jennifer W's down below in that comment section. Here's 5 big booms for Jennifer. Boom, 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 boom. Jennifer with the $50 says, thank you so much for all that you do. I love that we're both from the same town. You represent Grand Junction very well, and those of us who have the ability to think for ourselves. Thank you, Jennifer. And I love hearing other progressive voices from Grand Junction because of how conservative we are. Huge shout out to you down below. And then Fussy, thank you so much for the $15 as well on Venmo. And I just read your message, Fussy. Don't worry about it. Thank you so much for your continued support. Natalie, thank you for the $2. Marissa, thank you for the $2. And then Gianna, this came in 41 minutes ago. That is Gianna. Thank you so much for the $100 donation. That is fucking insane, Gianna. Genuinely, dude. What is going on? I want to see 1,000 Gianna W's down below in that chat. That is beyond kind. I do not deserve that much money. Like, I'm just going to keep it real. That is too much fucking money. I completely acknowledge the privilege. I completely acknowledge the privilege that I have doing what I do. And thank you so much for the continued love and support. Like, I want to see 1,000 Gianna W's. Gianna says, with $100, thank you for dealing with the mindless white tint hat zombies I could never. Well, thank you so much for the crazy fucking donation, as well as Phil. Thank you for the $10 as well. Justin, thank you for the $20. I appreciate you, man. And with that, we're actually all caught up over on Venmo. Thank you guys so much for the love. On PayPal, thank you so much. Drac, D-R-A-C, Drac, thank you for the $100 donation. Shout out to Drac. What the hell? Thank you so much. Drac with 100 says, thank you so much for always standing up for us, for women and us survivors. You're a true ally. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with all of us. We need more people like you. Much love. Also protect the dolls. Could not agree with the message more. Absolute truth, Nuke. Let's get 1,000 Drac W's. Thank you so much for your kindness and your generosity. I'll say the same thing. I don't deserve a penny of that. That is wild. Shout out to Drac. And then Emily, thank you so much for the $14 on PayPal. Who says, Dean, you're on fire. Thank you, Emily. Dennis, thank you for the $10. Who says that answer is fucking epic. Well done. Thank you, Dennis. Dee with the $5. Azalea with a 5. Kimberly with a 5. Then Summer, thank you so much for the $10. And Chloe, thank you so much for the $25. Who says, oh, look, it's one of my favorite chefs. I sure do love tuning in to one of my favorite cooking shows. Oh, yeah, we're frying them today, Chloe. Let's get 250 Chloe W's. Thank you so much for the love. Dude, Jesus Christ.
Chloe's delusional. You're getting fried, bro.
And with that, it actually looks like we're all caught up. Liam, can I tell you what I'm considering?
Growing some facial hair?
No, I don't really consider that because I just cut it off whenever I do. I think it kind of looks, shitty.
I have a serious question for you, but what are you considering? Is this going to be anything intelligent?
Well, what I'm considering is just kicking you.
Oh, of course you're going to do that. I mean, you've already been dog walked. You can do it whenever you want. Run.
Thank you so much for the galaxy.
Go ahead and run. Run home to mama.
Okay.
So listen.
Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. We got Taylor connecting. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA, you guys. Just make sure that you're American. Make sure that you're above the age of 18. And make sure that you support Trump as president. We got Vicky loaded up into the box right now. Dude. All right. Let's go to get the next. Dude, like, I don't know. It must kind of like sting for being like Liam right now. Like, we just know with such a high level of confidence that he wasn't able to defeat a single point that I'm willing to respond to him telling me, if you kick me, it means you lost, with a very pleasant okay, and then I kick him. You know, like, I really just think that drill's like in the point that that man is so unserious and so unintelligent that I could tell him that he's winning the debate and everybody still knows that he lost. That's great. Let's go to get that next guest. Let it up into the box right now. We got KB connecting. Okay, well, KB turned around and very quickly left. Guys, please do make sure that you are following the rules. In fact, while we're trying to find that next guest, we'll go to put the rules up in the middle of the phone screen. All right, let's go to get that next guest connected. Thomas, hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I did.
You don't anymore? I love that. Shout out to you, Thomas. Cody, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
21.
I don't know if I believe you. What year were you born in?
2014.
I believe that you were born in 2014. That I do believe. But that would not make you 21. That would make you 12. let's go to move on to the next guest.
Dean, guess what? Guess what? I have to tell you something. Stop. I watched your how do you say it? Julebee? Jellybean? I watched whatever that is called, right? And I was like studying like your debating skills, blah, 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 whatever.
Banned. Moving on to the next guest. We got Zachary Summer 6 loaded up into the box. Oh my God. Jones. Thank you so much for the $100 chat super. Jones, thank you so much for the love. I want to get 1,000 Jones W's. Welcome in, man. Give me a moment. I want to get 1,000 Jones W's down below in that comment section. Thank you, dude. Holy fuck. Thank you, Jones. Jones with 100 says, it takes a special kind of patience to speak truth to the ignorant. You put up with a lot of that from them. Keep it up. Well, thank you, Jones. I really fucking appreciate you. From the bottom of my heart to yourself, man. Thank you so much for being so kind. I appreciate your generosity, and I hope that you enjoyed today's stream. Show some love to Jones down below. Thank you, Jones. Crazy. That's actually nuts. Welcome in, Zachary. Do you support Trump?
Nope.
Okay.
I accidentally pressed the request.
All right. Well, we're gonna go to kick y'all. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Cameron connecting. Holy. Let's go to get that next guest connecting right now. Welcome to Do You Support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
27.
Okay. Did Trump threaten to genocide 90 million people today?
For sure he did, yeah.
Would you understand why I wouldn't support a president who would threaten to genocide 90 million people?
Yes, I do.
So why don't you stop supporting Trump over the fact that he threatened to genocide 90 million people?
I mean, they've been pretty wild since the 70s. I mean, I don't believe in killing the women and the children, for sure. But I also don't understand why, like, they've never gotten, consequences for their actions.
What does this have to do with the question that I asked you? This has nothing, nothing to do with the question that I asked you. The question that I asked you is, why don't you stop supporting Trump over the fact that he threatened to genocide 90 million people?
I don't know, honestly. I think it's just kind of the world we live in, I guess.
Okay.
It's just like you kind of take your pick. I mean, there's not really...
Okay, but did Kamala Harris threaten to genocide 90 million people?
No, but she also kind of, in my opinion, she would have been like a laughing stock of a whole country from just the way that she pushed everything. I mean, it was constant fake pictures of her on the phone and everything, and it's like if you can't really...
what's like worse, faking being on the phone or faking the preparation of dropping a nuke on 90 million people?
Oh, he was definitely trolling. Because if he does that, I mean, we're definitely going to be in big trouble as a country. I definitely agree with that.
I just don't think that there's anything of value that I could take away from a conversation with you. I guess I could try to check that, though. Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
What is your favorite Trump policy?
Policy?
Yeah.
Ooh. I would not have a clue on that one.
I think I was right in my evaluation. You have a good rest of your day. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. On the opposite side of the queue, if you happen to be MAGA folks, you got to be 18 plus, American, and a Trump supporter. Thank you. All right. We got Dean Debate My Dad loading up. Let's see if we have a dad to debate. Hi.
Oh my god. Wait, I need to go get him. Oh my god. Son. Dad, where are you? Dad. Where you at? Dad, can you debate him?
It's always fun.
Sorry, my brother's brushing his teeth. Dean Withers, please. Father, please debate him, please.
Guys, if you're gonna come up here and have me debate family members, parents, so on and so forth, just make sure that you ask them ahead of time, and make sure that you get their yes. I really like debating Trump supporters. I don't like pressuring people into a debate, if that makes any sense. You know, like, even though they're a Trump supporter, I still just think, like, it's like a little bit... we're in a gray area here if we're trying to, like, coerce, like people that are, like, doing something else in their life to just, like, suddenly, in the moment of, turn around and have a political debate in front of an audience of 26,000. If that makes like that, like even though they're Trump supporters, like that's, you know, that's too much for me. So just, you know, make sure that you are more than welcome. By the way, like I said, you're more than welcome if you're with family members, friends who are Trump supporters for you to hop in the queue so I can debate them. Just make sure that they're down. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello?
Yeah, I support Trump. We debated the other day, no?
Oh, no, we didn't debate. You just came up here. Well, actually, I can't even remember what you said because you're not too memorable. I just remember you being annoying.
No, never that. Whoa,
Did you
first
come up
I
here
need
to
to
apologize
thank
for being
Kimberly.
annoying?
Thank you so much, Kimberly, for the Venmo.
Okay. If you don't stop
Kimberly,
with
thank you
the
so
fake
much.
people in the next 10 seconds, I'm just going to kick you. 1,
Jack,
2,
thank you so much,
3,
Jack, for the
4,
200
5,
gifted. Thank you
6,
so much, Jack.
7, 8,
Tom,
9,
holy moly, Tom
10.
for the
He
$100.
went over the 10 seconds. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Here we go, everybody. Only up inside of the queue if you're MAGA, please and thank you. Make sure that you're following the rules. We got MT joining. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Hi, welcome into You Sport Trump.
Yeah,
How old are you?
18,
What year were you born in?
2008 March.
Okay, what time is it?
No.
So no, it's not a valid answer. Oh, you didn't look into the time. That's right. Moving on to the next guest. Follow the rules, you guys. You have to follow the rules. You got to follow the rules. Hello, do you support Trump?
I do, yes.
Okay. What is one thing Trump could do that would make you stop supporting him as president?
I'd say nuke America.
Okay. That would be one thing anybody could do to make anybody stop supporting him as president, hopefully. What if he were to sexually exploit women and then boast about it and call it funny?
Well, I'm not here to talk about that. We can have a whole discussion about that whenever you want to, but let's have a real conversation, Dini.
Well, I asked you a question. Can you answer it?
Yeah, we can have a whole conversation about the sexual exploitation of Eugene Carroll if you want to.
We're not really talking about Eugene Carroll or like anybody specific right now. I'm just looking for an answer to the question that I asked you. Don't run. Question was, would you stop supporting Trump as president if he'd sexually exploited women and then called it funny?
Sure.
Well, this will be a really quick debate, dude. This will be really quick. Wow. All right, let's see if we can quickly change your mind. Do you accept that the definition of sexual exploitation is to do something sexual to somebody without their permission?
Sure.
Okay. So then you would accept that Donald Trump sexually exploited women because in 2005 he went on Howard Stern's radio show and he said he'd barge into their dressing rooms when they had no clothes on.
Give me 1 minute,
something
please.
Sexual
Give me
to
1 minute.
look at them
I have
while
my...
they had no clothes on.
Hey, Dean, give me a minute. I have my
and he
son
did
with
it
me.
without their permission because it was unconsensual. So, I mean, you shouldn't be a Trump supporter.
Give me 1 minute. I'm leaving the room. My son's in here. I want to have a conversation in front of my son. Just a minute.
Yeah.
He's 6 years old. Would you want to have a conversation in front of a 6-year-old?
I get that. That's fair. Let me know when you're free and clear.
Okay, I'm free and clear. Can you repeat that again, please, Dean?
Yeah, of course. I could absolutely do that. You said that you'd stop supporting Trump as president if he'd sexually exploited women. I then said, okay, well, this should be a really fast conversation because you then accepted that the definition of sexual exploitation is to do something sexual to somebody without their permission. And Donald Trump admitted to doing something sexual to somebody without their permission. He admitted to barging into the dressing rooms of the women that competed at his beauty pageants. Then he looked at them with no clothes on. That was something sexual, and he did it without their permission because it was unconsensual. And here is that clip. By the way, we listen to this every day, but the reason why we continue to bring it up is because it has been the most effective argument I have to change people's minds. literally, when I reflect back on like the last 25 Trump supporters I've had join that inevitably left no longer being a Trump supporter, 20 out of 25 of them had their minds changed because of this. But here's Trump admitting to sexual exploitation.
Also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
So have I changed your mind? Are you no longer MAGA because you said that you no longer support Trump as president if he had sexually exploited women?
Yeah, sure. A question for you. Didn't he actually openly say that these were basically just exaggerated, like, locker room talk, or no?
No.
He did. He came out and openly said that these were not literal accounts of behavior. It was exaggerated locker room talk.
Can you show me that?
He said it numerous times. You want me to get you an actual source?
Yes.
All right, hold up.
In the meantime, make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen. Turn out that live. Appreciate you guys so much for being here. Okay. All right. Let's see. Maybe there's a couple people that we could thank in the meantime. Always quickly looking for that source.
Okay, I got.
Oh my goodness. Dude. This is unreal. Emily, thank you so much for the $72 donation over on PayPal. Emily, thank you so fucking much for the love. I want to see 700 Emily W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much. That is beyond kind of you, Emily. Super fucking kind. Emily with the $72 says, thank you for defending Muslims. You were so right on with everything that you had said. Much love to you, Dean. Run for office one day. You got my vote. Sincerely, the quote-unquote Americanized 10th generation citizen in Ohio is a Muslim. Well, shout out to you, Emily. And thank you so very much for the love and support. That is fucking unreal, and I'm so grateful for you. Show some love to Emily down below. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we can go right to Wikipedia, which and Wikipedia gives you a hyperlink for this. So Wikipedia has right here. He characterized the actual comments as locker room exaggerated talk. You hit the hyperlink. The hyperlink brings you to Reuters. Let me pull this. Yeah, the Reuters right here. It says Trump apologizes for lewd talk caught on my microphone in 2005. It says Trump has made the statement. This was locker room banter, exaggerated private conversation that took place many years ago. So
the apology that he issued was for the Access Hollywood tapes.
Can I ask you a question, Dean, just quick before I continue?
After I correct you, I need to correct you. So he did issue an apology for something that got caught on tape in 2005. It was not what he said to Howard Stern on his radio show. It was the Access Hollywood tapes.
Okay, then I have a question. If this is true, is there an actual identifiable victim or event? Where's the event and who's the victim?
Miss USA 2001, Tasha Dixon.
Tasha Dixon, gotcha. So where are you getting this source from?
CBS reached out to her, asked her to do an interview. She did. She told them what happened.
You told them that Donald Trump walked into the locker room while they were getting changed.
Yes. And she's not the only one, by the way. We have multiple other accounts, too.
Sure. Let me see here just a second here. We want to just verify what you're saying is actually true, because there's two different things I'm going to ask. So they reached out. When did they reach out to the actual victim?
When he started running for president in 2015.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
It does make sense, actually.
Yeah, so a smear campaign on Donald Trump, coincidentally when he was running, now a person comes out as a victim of him going out and doing all these things.
In the slightest. It wasn't. There's nothing coincidental about it.
You just said he was running for president. Wait. Do you agree Donald Trump is the most hated president in U.S. history?
Do I agree that he's the most hated president in U.S. history? I hope he is. But that aside, there's nothing.
Do you believe he is?
I mean, I hope he is. I don't think I'm well enough researched on previous presidents. I hope that he's the most hated president. That is what I'll say.
I got you. Do you think it logically follows that if someone is probably one of the most hated presidents in U.S. history, people are going to make smear campaigns against him?
Was he the most hated president before he was president? No. What the fuck?
He's running.
You've already sold.
I said, would you say it logically follows that if someone is one of the most hated people, should we say, that ever ran for president, there would be a smear campaign against said individual? Yes or no?
It would not logically follow that a very hated individual would launch a smear campaign against themselves.
So they try to kill him. So people try to kill him, right?
That my source of evidence that he sexually exploited these women was him admitting to it on top of their testimony.
Dean, did someone try to kill Donald Trump?
Yes.
If someone tried to kill Donald Trump, will they also try to potentially ruin his reputation?
They
What do you
didn't
think
ruin
was
his reputation. He
What do you
did.
think is
He's
worse?
the one that
What do you
admitted
think-
to
What do you
it.
think is worse? What's worse, ruining someone's reputation or killing or getting killed?
It would depend on the reputational damage, but for the most part, it would be getting killed.
Okay, thank you. So being killed is more extreme than ruining someone's reputation.
In most scenarios, yes.
So it would logically follow then that someone would try to ruin someone's reputation if they are trying to also kill him.
Yeah. Well, see, the
Thank
issue
you.
here is
W concession.
the issue here is that the person who tried to ruin Donald Trump's reputation by accusing him of barging into the dressing rooms of women to look at their naked bodies was himself, and that would not logically follow.
Sorry, I got muted. What'd you say?
You're just giving me like a free dog walk here.
No, I'm not giving you a free dollar because you're saying that the problem is that he mentioned it, but I just gave you a source saying that he did say it was exaggerated locker room talk.
You weren't listening
Have you ever
to
said
me.
something?
No, 1 second. I've already corrected you. You were wrong about that.
You said he is his own worst enemy.
Well, no, 1 moment. You were wrong about that. When you said that you had a source that demonstrated he denied what he said to Howard Stern and then wrote it off as exaggerated locker room talk, you were wrong.
I have no problem addressing that, but again, just before there is a full pivot to that, let me address that first.
No,
Yes.
I'm going to need you to address it because you were wrong. He never issued an apology or said anything directed towards his comments on the Howard Stern show. The apology that you're referencing was for the Access Hollywood tapes. You were wrong about that.
Okay, well, the reason we're having this conversation is because I mentioned that, and then I mentioned back to you about there being a victim. You said there was a confirmed victim. The victim was that when CBS reached out to.
Circle back around to the fact that you were wrong about Donald Trump saying that this never happened and it was exaggerated locker room talk.
No, because I have the article right here, dude.
The article that you're reading is about an apology he gave, yes. Is about him saying that it never happened, yes. Is about him writing it off as locker room talk, yes. But it's not about his Howard Stern interview. It was about the Access Hollywood tapes, which is something completely different.
And again, even if, because just to be very clear, the way the conversation started was that I told you, wait, I'm
This
answering.
is just so low effort for me. Like, this is so low.
No.
Can you give me like an
Not low
actual
effort.
good argument here?
I'm giving you a good argument. The argument's going to be simple. Is that
No, you're not. Your argument is that he apologized for something totally different and separate, but you're going to ignore the fact that it was an apology for something totally different and separate, and then act like it was an apology for this. And then every time I correct you, tell you it's an apology for something totally different and separate. With my first correction, that being more than 10 minutes ago, you're going to ignore the correction. Then you're going to try to talk about other things. And then you're going to bring up the apology again in another 10 minutes and argue. That's how we debunk Donald Trump's admission of guilt. No, this is not a good argument. This is not a good argument, my friend. No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
Well, to be very fair, I didn't come here today to debate you on the sexual exploitation of women. Although I can agree with you, Trump is kind of creepy. He does weird things. Yes, absolutely. I don't have to sit here and argue that. I can concede to that because I think that I can actually hold to Trump being a creep and also not a great person, while also thinking that he's a better option. These things are mutually exclusive. So yeah.
Well, they are for you.
Okay, Dean.
Can I tell you why they're mutually exclusive for you? Oh, let me be clear. I'll tell you why they're mutually exclusive for you. It's because when I first asked you the question that brought up this clip of him admitting to sexual exploitation, I asked you, would you still support Trump as president if he had sexually exploited women? And you said no. You said that you would not support him as president if he had done this. So now that you've conceded that he did do this, do you still support Trump?
Yes.
So why did you lie?
I didn't lie.
Well, you had to have lied.
Yes.
The only way that you had to have lied. You said that you would stop supporting Trump if he had done this.
Because I already explained to you that we haven't actually proved that there was exploitation. Because
You just conceded that he sexually exploited them.
I'm trying to move on from the conversation of sexual exploitation because you're obsessed with
Oh,
me.
wait. So this is something that sometimes Trump supporters will do. It's really weak and annoying. It's where you quote unquote concede a claim, not because you are acknowledging that you don't have a counter argument and that I'm right, but rather because you don't have a counter argument.
Oh, I have counter arguments. Yeah, I do.
So what is it? Come on, dude. What is the reasonable counter argument to the notion that Donald Trump did barge into the dressing rooms of naked women in Miss USA and look at them while they had no clothes on, amounting to sexual exploitation because he was doing something sexual to them without their consent, keeping in mind the fact that the evidence
hold
was the
up,
fact that he
wait.
admitted to it and many people testified to it.
Okay, so a couple things. First thing is I'm just going to ask you. We went over definitions in the beginning, so obviously you gave me a definition of sexual exploitation.
This is when you asked me to give you my definition, but we're wanting to make it a debate about trans people, right?
Yeah, although we can both agree that me and you are not creepy people, we probably wouldn't walk into the locker room of changing girls. Again, how are you using sexual exploitation again?
I'm happy. I'm happy that I got you off of that would-be pivot if I didn't call that out before it existed. But to be clear, what's your question?
Yeah, I'm asking you how you're using sexual exploitation.
Oh, well, I already told you. I told you that the way that I use the phrase sexual exploitation, it would be to do something sexual to somebody without their permission.
Well, that's why I asked you again. So when you're saying do something sexual, what do you mean you're saying that? I just want to make sure I'm understanding terms.
To do something sexual?
Wait, what does that mean? To do something sexual? Can you just elaborate for me?
I mean, I actually don't think I could give you a cohesive elaboration of the definition
you're gonna have
of
to
the phrase.
if you're using verbiage like this.
No, I don't. I don't. There's a trick that I could use here that explains why I don't. I don't think that I could give you a cohesive and spot-on explanation of what it quote unquote means to do something sexual. But I think I can give you an example of something that we would be able to agree is doing something sexual.
No.
Right? You know, like for example, like inevitably, I don't think that I could give you a definition of the word purple. Like I couldn't. I really couldn't. You know, I could not define purple. I think we'd be able to point towards what we call the color purple, and then we'd be able to agree that that thing is being called purple. But like I couldn't define purple, if that makes any sense. So in that same sense, like I can't really give you cohesive explanation of the definition of the phrase doing something sexual. But I can hopefully point out something that we could agree would be doing something sexual. And that would be a man seeking out the naked body of a woman to then oogle over the naked body of that woman to then turn around and tell somebody else how great it looked. Like, can we agree that that's something sexual?
What does oogle mean?
To oogle, to look at.
Okay, well, wait. No. Let me be very clear with you.
Is that sexual?
You're saying that he is walking into... There's a reason, just to be very clear before I answer this question, there's a reason you went on this
No. Can you agree that that's sexual, though?
I'm going to answer for you. Doing something sexual, okay, especially when you're using it in the context of sexual exploitation, okay, you have two words here that are carrying a lot of weight.
Not answering my question.
I'm answering it. You have sexual and you have exploitation. In conjunction with one another, that means you're going to have some sort of sexual coercion. You're going to have you're going to have manipulation. You're going to have a force, an unwanted sexual activity. You're asking me if a person walking into a changing room can be sexual. It can be sexual, absolutely, okay? You're asking me if it can be sexual exploitation. That's going to be a whole different ballgame. Sexual exploitation is sexual coercion. How is he coercing somebody? You don't even know how you're using your terms, dude.
Okay, so first and foremost, we would be able to describe coercion in the sense that these women went into the woman's only dressing room with an expectation of privacy away from men, which then solidified non-consent for men to view their naked bodies because of that reasonable expectation of privacy away from the viewership of men. And then Donald Trump infringed upon that reasonable expectation of privacy by then barging into that space as a man to then look at their naked bodies. So the coercion would fall down to an understanding of what it means for a space to be privately designated to women and women only for changing, and then the abuse of power that Donald Trump is engaging in by then abusing the fact that he's the owner of that space to then barge into that space to look at their naked bodies. And there's nothing like holy legwork there. That's just literally the way that we there's no legwork out there whatsoever. Like, can we agree that the reason why it's wrong for men to barge into women's restrooms is because the women inside of that space have a reasonable expectation of privacy away from men?
Okay, yes. And
so then you're calling the reason why it's wrong for you. I just want to call this out real quick. You just labeled my reduction of why it was coercive and exploitive for Donald Trump to abuse his position of power to walk into that space because they had a reasonable expectation of privacy away from men and he was the owner and he abused that fact to go in as quote unquote legwork. But in all reality, no, that's not legwork. That's just legitimately the explanation of why it's wrong for men to go in to private women's only spaces.
Yeah, well, again, so we already established from the very beginning that I told you that it's obviously uncalled for to enter into a woman's changing room. We're only arguing for sexual exploitation. You're mentioning that coercion is you're using this like you're using some sort of like rigmarole, dude. Of like
there's no
your way around
rigmarole here.
There is
He
rigmarole.
exploited
You're
their
like- you're using
position
this-
of vulnerability to feel comfortable enough to get naked
Dude,
because of
we're
that
finished
reasonable
talking.
expectation of privacy by the abuse of his position of power to barge into that space since he owned it.
Wait, dude, let me finish talking before we can't really make any progress if you're going to cut me off mid-conversation.
Fine, God.
Yeah, no. So what I'm saying, when I said you're using rigmarole, I'm saying like essentially, we've already established that it is weird, and it probably is like you're obviously crossing a boundary going into a woman's only space. Absolutely. I'm just saying that when we're using coercion, again, I want to make sure because
We don't
coercion
even-
is basically just
we don't
is
even- so-
manipulation. So,
Yeah.
you're saying he manipulated? You're saying he manipulated the women by owning the property? Is that the argument? He
No,
owned the
coer-
property, so he manipulated
So,
them?
coercion is not necessary for sexual exploitation because you don't need to manipulate a woman into doing something unconsensual. You could just do the thing that's unconsensual via some actuator of force, such as barging into the place in which they're naked with a reasonable expectation of privacy. B, we could observe manipulation and coercion in the case of the dressing rooms in relation to Donald Trump barging into them via his abuse of their position of vulnerability due to their expectation of privacy.
Okay. Yeah, I hear that. The thing is, you're saying the coercion part. You're saying that coercion is not needed for exploitation, correct?
No, yeah, it's not.
Okay. So then the exploitation is being done on what basis?
Of the basis of his abuse of his position of power and their position of vulnerability.
Okay, so the principal factor here is going to be the actual position of power is causing the exploitation.
No, that's not the principled factor. The principled factor would be unjustly taking advantage of somebody sexually because that's the definition of sexual exploitation. But this would just be the way in which that principle is being applied in this definition, in this scenario.
Now we're just circling back. We're just circling back to the term sexual.
I was
and how you're using it.
I was just correcting you by demonstrating that you were wrong by describing that to be the principle because it's not the principle.
Okay,
it's the application of the principle.
Okay, application of the principle, and again, you're using sexual in the sense of him going in the space to
the sexual thing
and
that occurred. The sexual thing that occurred is that he sought out the naked bodies of women to look at, and then he thought that they looked great, and then he turned
How do you
around.
know he sought their bodies out?
Because that's why he went in there.
No, did he? Wait, I'm sorry. He said that he went into the changing room, but he said he was going in there specifically for the women.
What else was in the changing room?
Wait, there could have been. Wait. Listen, if you're gonna make. Wait, no. Wait,
what
are
else
you
was
kidding
in the
me?
changing room?
Wait, are you kidding me? I'm asking you a question. Where is the evidence that he went in there for the women specifically? He didn't make a statement.
Yeah, in his statement, he said that he'd walk into the changing room where no other men were, with the reasonable assumption that inside of that space there would be naked women because it's a women's changing room that's being used.
Yeah.
He then looked at the women with no clothes on, and he thought that they looked great, and that he knew he was breaking a rule by going into that space. And then he brought up this encounter when being asked about his sexual encounters with the beauty pageant contestants. So we know that he went in
Well,
there
can I
to
just
look
be
at their
very
naked
clear why I
bodies
asked that
because
question?
of A, what he said to Howard Stern, and then B, the reasonable expectation of naked women inside of a women's changing room. Like for instance, okay, if somebody says that they walked into a restaurant and then they ate a burger at that restaurant and then they left the restaurant, do you think that we would be able to reasonably conclude that they went into that restaurant to eat the burger because that's what they said, and that's the reasonable expectation of the use of a restaurant?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, but what if they
I'm
went
okay
into
with
that restaurant to use a bathroom and they just so happened to get a burger on their way out? See, that's the line of
Well, see,
sophistry that
I've
you're
done-
running here.
but
That's
I've
the line of sophistry that you're running from. That's the line of sophistry that you're running
Okay,
here.
fine, fair enough. But you never enter like a freaking a Five Guys to use the bathroom and you leave with a burger or like one of those hot dogs?
No.
That's a lie. Anyway, dude, the reason I asked that question is because, okay, didn't Donald Trump, I believe he said that he was part of his actual ownership of the actual Miss Pageant that was part of his role. Well, now, that isn't an argument for what he did. I'm saying that that's in an interview that he was given, or he openly said that he was the owner. Part of his role was checking backstage. He said people were getting changed,
But he wasn't.
and they were-
He wasn't doing an inspection. He was looking at their naked bodies.
Well, you're saying naked bodies. Did you say that?
Yeah, he said they had no clothes on. When you have no clothes on, you're naked.
No, he said everyone's getting dressed.
And he said that they have no clothes on. Yeah.
Just to be clear, people, I have to ask these questions because like there's a reason you're not answering these. Like actually, like when someone's getting dressed, it doesn't mean they're butt naked, bro.
When somebody has no clothes on, it means they're naked.
Like, dude. Okay, depends what you're thinking. What you mean when you're saying naked? Okay, you know what I'm getting at.
I literally defined the word naked as not having any
Right,
clothes
but he
on.
didn't say they're naked bodies.
He said they didn't
He
have
never
any
said they're
clothes
naked
on.
bodies. He never said that.
But he said they have no clothes on.
Dean, did he say I was watching their naked bodies?
He said that he was watching their
No.
bodies with no clothes
He said like
on.
go backstage before a show and
One
everyone is
second,
getting
dude.
dressed.
Listen to what I'm saying here. The definition of naked is what?
Depends how you're using it.
You define it.
I mean, naked can be used as basically just being without clothing.
So
wait,
is being without clothing a synonym for having no clothes on? Answer with a yes or answer with a no. Is being without clothing a synonym for having no clothes on?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Dean, but there's a problem.
You just conceded.
No, I didn't concede because you're using, the way you're using the word naked, you're using it interchangeably with nude.
You just defined the word naked, not me.
But
the
you're
way
using it
you
as if
use the word naked is synonymous to what Donald Trump said they were, because he said they had no clothes on.
He said they were getting changed.
And by the way, I do use the word naked to denote being in the nude.
Wait, so you use naked and nude synonymously?
I guess not in all scenarios, but in most.
Okay, I was confused. Okay, so you don't use them synonymously. Okay, so because nude is completely naked to me.
Well, actually, no, I would use the word naked to be in the nude. Yes.
Okay, that's the reason I was confronting you on it, because I assumed you did use them kind of like that.
Yeah.
Because there's a difference between getting changed and having like a pair of underwear and like a top on.
Is nude a synonym for naked?
I don't think so. No.
I don't understand why we're like even having this debate, because he never said nude. But yes, yeah. By the way, I want to let you know that nude is indeed a synonym for the word naked.
Okay, but nude refers to being completely without clothing, where naked can be considered like you have on your underwear and a bra.
If you have an underwear and a bra on, then what we'd say in most scenarios is you're half naked. Or you're almost naked.
Okay, fair,
but
fair.
You're not
fair.
naked.
Okay, fair. So we should be saying that people are half naked, not naked, because you're using it as nude.
Not in this scenario, because they had no clothes on, which would mean that they were fully naked, because they had no clothes on.
Wait, no, he didn't, bro. That's the problem. These girls were not in the nude.
Says who?
Because he said in the interview they were getting changed. No one said they were butt naked.
He said that they were getting dressed and that they had no clothes on at a later point. I don't know if it's just me, but I seem to have a brain. I seem to be able to understand that if there's like a group of like 10 to 20 women that are changing inside of the same space, some of those women are going to be fully dressed, some of those women are going to be half dressed, and some of those women are going to be fully naked. Because not everybody is going to be changing into the same types of clothes. Not everybody is going to be getting changed starting at the exact same moment in time. And not everybody is going to be getting changed in the exact same way. So because of that fact, we would expect some of the women to be fully dressed, some of the women to be half dressed and dressing, and some of the other women to be naked and dressing. And by the way, being naked is a part of the process of getting dressed. So, like, for instance, if there was a beauty pageant contestant who was changing out of their sweatpants and t-shirt into a bathing suit, well, the process of getting dressed would include taking the sweatpants off, taking the t-shirt off, taking the bra off, taking the panties off. At that point, you'd be fully nude, still in the process of getting dressed, to then put the swimsuit on.
Yeah. So I'm okay with like using the way like naked the way you're using it. That's fine. And again, I already said that from the beginning that it's obviously weird for them to be going in there. What I'm going to say to that though is pretty much when you're.
Did he leave? Do we still have guest access? Yeah, we still have gas access. You didn't get banned. No warning of a ban. He just left. He just left. Dude. It was like mid-word. That's pathetic. Sometimes people will do that. Sometimes people will do that. They'll leave mid-sentence to make it seem like they glitched out. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Santana, welcome in.
How's it going? You know what? I will say TikTok has apparently been snatching people today without like letting the actual host know.
Well,
So
that'd be
that
even better
might-
because that means
Yeah.
that he lost his guest access. So
Yep.
he's in one way or another facing consequences for his terribly misogynistic perspective that will inevitably only ensure that there's more victims. You know, like guys, I know that I approach these conversations with a very calm and collected, cool tone, but I want to let you know, as you probably already do, that the beliefs of the last guests were the opposite of calm, cool, and collected. And when we deny that a man has engaged in sexual violence, even when they admit to it and they've had 6 of their victims testify to it in corroboration of what they admitted to, that we are denying sexual violence altogether. Because as soon as you accept that an admittance of evidence is not enough evidence, an admittance of guilt is not enough evidence to believe that sexual violence occurred, well then what could be enough evidence to believe that sexual violence occurred? From that perspective, you just never believe that sexual violence occurred. Santana, good to see you. I have somebody very interesting for you to talk to.
Really? Okay, that sounds like a setup. But okay.
I want to see if you could. I want to see if you could reach him.
Oh, okay.
I
That's what I
can't.
do.
I can't reach this guy. Maybe you.
How's
can.
it going, dude? How's it going, Santana?
Smack, I have a request.
Yeah, go ahead.
The tone that you're speaking to me in right now, can you keep that same tone for the rest of the debate?
Yeah, no problem, man.
Did you have a problem with that last time?
I had a crazy day at work yesterday, so.
You did have a problem. What about the time before last time?
No, I think I was pretty on par the time before last.
Oh, God.
But thanks for having me up
Smack,
anyways, man.
You probably spent a total of maybe 10 minutes on my stream, but the reason why you're so infamous already is because of how insane those 10 minutes are.
Let me tell you, Dean, I've gotten more messages from angry white liberal women than I've gotten in my life. So it's actually pretty funny.
I know, because usually they don't send you an angry message to let you know you suck. They just block your number.
No, they usually try to date me, but you know.
Yeah. Something tells me
Anyways.
that's kind of far from the truth, but cool.
All right, man. Well, you're not into males, so I'm not going to take that as a hit. So.
Yeah. All right, Smack. So, what's your deal? Why do you support Trump?
No, man. Do we want to continue on the conversation with the Trump going backstage versus going into women's locker room debate, or where are we at with that?
Wait, you came to run coverage for someone is sexually exploiting women?
Well, I think Dean in our last conversation said that Trump said that he went into women's locker room, and then I got on the
Dressing
live
room.
and I said, I got on the live and said, Dean, that's not correct. Trump explicitly stated he went backstage because he owns a
What does
pageant.
that matter?
Here's what it matters.
Serious question though, Smack. Because it sounds like you're just playing semantics.
No. If you're gonna say something, you need to say the facts. Details critical. You don't just say someone went into a women's locker room versus someone went backstage. That's completely different.
Do you think that these women had a
Completely different.
reasonable expectation of privacy, regardless of where they were getting changed?
Exactly.
No, not if they're backstage. Have you ever been to a pageant backstage?
have.
They're
Perfect.
in
I have a
their
great question for
bathing
you.
suits. It's called nude. They're in their bathing suits.
So when you're in a bathing suit, you're not nude. This is why there's a distinction between regular beaches and nude beaches. Even though the
Exactly.
regular beaches, you're in a bathing suit. Get fucked. Now, here's
Well,
a question. If they did not have a reasonable expectation of privacy where they were getting dressed, at the end of the clip, Donald Trump said, so I got away with it. Getting away with something means that you broke a rule and face no consequences. What rule did he break?
He's saying he got away with it because he's the owner of the pageant. He can go backstage because he can get away with that. He's the owner of the pageant. And he explicitly states he went backstage.
Well,
Look,
what
Dean,
was he
if he
getting
would have said,
away
I
with?
went into their locker room, he's getting away with being able to go backstage because he's the owner of the pageant.
Wait,
no
what was he
other
getting
man
away
can do
with?
that.
Wait, he wouldn't have to get away with that if he's the owner of the pageant and he has access to the backstage. Then he wouldn't have to get away with going backstage. You just go backstage. That doesn't make
Not
sense.
if you're a man.
Right.
Not if you're a man and you're not the owner of the pageant.
Oh,
You don't-
wait,
you can't get away with getting-
wait. So you're saying that they did have a reasonable expectation of privacy away from men?
Yep.
Nope.
You
Wait,
did.
so then what do you
just
mean you
admitted
can't go back there if you're not a man?
What do I got?
Just
Am I
admit
arguing
it.
against you guys here? And Dean, I'm being very calm and patient. So
You were doing better
here's-
than you
here's
were
what I'm saying.
yesterday. Now, what did you
Here's
just
what-
mean when you said that they couldn't go backstage if they were men?
They don't own the pageant. Men can't go backstage if they don't own the pageant.
Wait,
so
why
there's
not?
a reasonable
So-
He would've
expectation
said-
to
if
have
he would've
privacy
said that-
away from men. You
Wait,
just admitted it.
Wait, so would you argue that men who are working on like the production team couldn't go backstage to set up like the backlights? Men who are working on like the assistant teams of like any of like the more predominant models who had won pageants before and now it's their full-time career and they have a traveling staff with them couldn't go backstage to like preset waters and drinks? Men who are working on like the journalistic teams couldn't go backstage to like interview like the women right before they'd go on stage? Like men in any of these roles that would serve any function whatsoever, even on the production team of setting up like the back cameras or like maybe miking some of the women before they went on, like men serving in those roles couldn't go backstage either?
You honestly, you cut. This is. I'm not lying. You cut out as soon as the first.
You
part
know
came
what?
on.
Hey, thank you so much for joining, Smack. Santana, I'll have you back on in 30 minutes. It's time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming up, Santana. I will happily have you back on in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Folks, I lost track of time. Welcome in Representative Rokana. Hello, welcome in. Rokana?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. Welcome in. I lost track of time. I apologize for my manners. If you were in the queue for a couple minutes, my apologies.
Not at all. Not at all.
Well, I'm very grateful to have you on the stream today.
Well, thanks, Dean. Thank you for your voice.
And thank you for yours. It has been a crazy day. Now, I saw a video posted by you in reference to some of the comments shared by Donald Trump today, what's going on in Iran and the response of congressmen and women. I would love to get your take on the series of events that have unfolded not just today, but reaching all the way back to Donald Trump's start of this terrible war in Iran and where we find ourselves and where we go from here.
Well, thank you, Dean. First of all, I'm just relieved that we have avoided committing genocide. I mean, I was appalled, disgusted, saddened, outraged that the President of the United States threatened to wipe off another civilization. I never thought I would see a president do that. It's a blatant war crime. He needs to be removed with the 25th Amendment. He needs to be impeached. And then what made me more angry is, where was Congress? It's like we didn't get out of bed until 12 o'clock. I mean, what were we doing all day? Here the President of the United States is threatening to commit genocide. And we're talking about Michigan winning the basketball game last night. I mean, it was great. Michigan won. Great. Good for them. I mean, but that's what we're talking about as members of Congress when the president is talking about killing 90 million people or taking out the electricity of Iran. I mean, the only people that the base is more upset with than Donald Trump is the fecklessness of people in Congress and the Democratic Party. We need to have moral conviction. We need to say this war was a moral wrong. It's led to service members being killed. It's led to a more hardline regime getting into power in Iran. It's led to us losing moral standing, threatening war crimes. It's led to gas going from $2.30 to $4. And we need a new generation with moral conviction to lead.
Absolutely. My big takeaway is that I just don't think Donald Trump has the mental capacities to be president. And it's because, A, what you brought up, he threatened to genocide 90 million people, regardless of the fact that he didn't drop a nuke on 90 million people an hour and 20 minutes ago. He still threatened to genocide them. We should never have a president who threatens to genocide a nation. This is antithetical to what America should stand for. This makes the core American identity hang on a thread. And if we don't stand against that, we stand against nothing. And on top of that, we also see the statement made by Donald Trump to announce the ceasefire just littered with inconsistencies and what I would call bold-faced lies. In the statement, he said that we've achieved all of our objectives. He said that we have regime changed the IRGC. And that leaves me with a question, and this might be a good question for you. Can you think of any objectives that were achieved? Was the IRGC regime changed? Certainly not. Was there nuclear programs destroyed? Oh wait, that happened months ago, according to Tulsi Gabbard. So what are we getting out of this? What are innocent Iranians getting out of this? What is the world getting out of this?
Well, we've achieved almost nothing. Look, the enriched uranium is still buried underground. The Strait of Hormuz was opened until we went to war. Now it's pushed up energy prices. You now have Iran that will have more control over the Strait of Hormuz than they did before the war started. You have a Iranian regime that is actually more hardline than Khamenei. Khamenei's at least had a fatwa on nuclear weapons. His son, Khamenei Jr., doesn't believe in that fatwa, and the IRGC is more empowered, which is the hardline military. Now, in the first few days of the war, which I opposed, you could have said, well, at least they took out some of Iran's capabilities, ballistic missiles, Iranian Air Force, Navy, which is why some of us said to Donald Trump, okay, we were opposed to this war. It is costing money, it's costing lives, but at least declare a quick victory and leave and say you degraded Iranian military capacity. But he was unwilling to do that. He wanted to continue and continue and continue. And now, weeks later, we've seen deaths of American service members, a more hardline regime, higher price of oil, and still Iran with nuclear capability.
Exactly. What can be done to hold him accountable? Clearly, if he dropped the nuke on 90 million people, the answer to that question would be clear. Okay? We would be able to automatically turn around, throw him out of office. That's a high crime, no question about it. But with where he stands today, with the threat of the genocide of 90 million people, and the continued lies and inconsistencies that we're being told, they're being told, everybody's being told, what can Congress do to act? What can you do to help us in this warpath of tyranny, innocent Iranian civilians dead, and higher gas prices at the pump at home?
Well, first of all, Dean, I think it's people like you, people like Crystal Ball and Mehdi Hassan and Cenk Uygur, and Republicans like Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Ann Coulter, and the American people who prevented Donald Trump from going into a genocide. I mean, I think he heard from so many Americans. It wasn't Congress. I mean, Congress should have been in the chamber. Congress should have been out putting out videos all over the media saying that this is wrong. And instead, we were largely quiet, with the exception of maybe a dozen of us. So what can Congress do now? Why wasn't every member of Congress saying we should be invoking the 25th Amendment? Why wasn't every Democrat at least saying we should be invoking the 25th Amendment? Why wasn't every Democrat saying this is an impeachable offense? If threatening another nation's extinction, a civilization extinction, is not an impeachable offense, I don't know what is. FDR never threatened the extinction of the German people when we actually had Nazism. Reagan didn't threaten the extinction of the Soviet people when we actually had communism. You have a president of the United States who's threatening to eradicate, to destroy an entire civilization. And we're debating whether we should invoke the 25th Amendment or impeachment. And then they say, well, we don't have the votes. Well, I don't know if we have the votes. That's what they told Massey and me when we did the Epstein files. You don't have the votes. Well, guess what? We fought. We got the votes. We fought and we built the votes, built the coalition. I'm tired of Democrats saying, oh, we can't do something. And I want Democrats who are going to fight and not be feckless and stand up for conviction.
Do you see a growing amount of Democrats who are wanting to speak out against the Trump administration, who are fighting as hard as you have for the release of the Epstein files and for holding Donald Trump accountable today?
I do. I mean, I do see it, but I got to be honest, Steve, it's a younger generation. It's the new blood. It's people like Delia Ramirez and Maxwell Frost and Greg Kazar and the new members of Congress, Anna Lilia, who's coming in New Jersey. I think there's some people who've been there 30, 40, 50 years, and they are used to the traditional way of doing things. They put out a statement, a press release. Who reads that? Do you read press release statements coming out of Congress? I mean, they're not they're not on TikTok. They're not on Instagram. They're not on the media. They're not making videos. They're not in marches. And they're not bad people. They're just woefully out of touch, and they look totally ineffective against a president who's using every tool to maximize power. And if you're not effective now, there's no shame in saying, look, I've had a good run. I want to give a new generation a chance. I want to have some fighters in there. I want to have people who understand the moment, who are going to meet the moment. This is not the time for phoning it in or for kind of doing things as you always have. We need an all-out effort to stand up to this president, not just to win in 2026, to prevent him from destroying our nation and the world.
Literally. Absolutely. I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. 110%. Very well put. What can we do to help you in that fight for accountability? What can we do to help you in that fight for upholding law and order, which, was forever a talking point of the right and the conservatives, but now it seems like every day there's another law broken and another mountain of disorder, regardless of it's violating the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which thanks to you for getting that passed, by the way, or threatening to genocide 90 million people. Now it seems like something more progressive voices are shooting, that we need to fight for accountability and to hold our president accountable to law and order. But what can we do to help you in that fight? What can we do to help you try to outreach to more congressmen and women to tell them to grow a spine and to either get with the times or go to the retirement home? What can we do to help you fight for there to even be more Republicans like Thomas Massey, who admittedly I have many disagreements with, but he fought tooth and nail to get the Trump administration held accountable in accordance with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. What can we all do to help in that fight?
Dean, you have a huge army. You've got 6.8 million followers, and these are active followers. These are people who care about the country. They're tired of the status quo. They're tired of the wars. They're tired of the wealth inequality. They're tired of a rigged system that isn't working for young people or for working class and middle class Americans. They want something new. They want to take on the establishment. And Massey and I, we don't take PAC and lobbyist money. We're up against a lot of wealthy interests from the Epstein class. But if we have your army, if people like you mobilize, that's more important than anything in this country. You can do a lot. Very concretely, you can help amplify those of our voices when we're fighting for the 25th Amendment. I had a video this morning that, probably because you shared it or others shared it, but went viral. So 2-3 million people saw my call for invoking the 25th Amendment. Guess what happened when that video started going viral? We went from 12 members of Congress who had called for the 25th Amendment to almost 60 to 70 by the end of the day, because they saw that the base cared about it. So by helping amplify messages that you agree with, if I'm putting out something on impeachment, on the Epstein files, calling for Bondi to testify, and you get hundreds of thousands of people lifting that up, advocating for it, telling other members of Congress and senators to get on it, that is enormous. The only thing that is going to change this country is a social movement. And you're a leader of one. I mean, by definition, you've got people who believe in you and will follow you and who are leaders in their own right.
Thank you. And thank you so much for that answer, because I feel like that's what the people need to know. There's so many Americans across the country who have that gut feeling that the establishment Democrats who've been holding on to their seats for the last 50 years aren't doing enough, who know that we need to be doing more and that there's a light at the end of the tunnel. We just don't know how to navigate through that tunnel. And I mean, I personally look up to people like you, and I'm sure that many others do, to kind of help set the tone about the way we navigate through that tunnel and what we can do on an individualistic level to organize, to push for what we want, which is not Donald Trump and his tyrannical madness. So I appreciate you so much for your thoughts. I appreciate you for your comments. And I really appreciate you so much for joining the stream. And thank you for your time as always.
Anytime. Thank you for your leadership today in particular, Dean. Thank you for being such a strong voice. And our nation avoided a calamity, but we've got 3 more years of this unless we can remove Trump. And we all have to be on guard. But I saw in the comments, Dean's Army. I like that. I hope that'll stick because you got an army of citizens that can really change this nation and the world. So thanks for what you're doing.
Well, thank you. You have a good rest of your evening.
Take care.
Take care. Well, that was Representative Rokana, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, it is always a pleasure having him on. We had him on months ago with the original first batch release of the Epstein Files after he got the Epstein Files Transparency Act passed. And he is one of the few congressmen and women, one of the few representatives that I genuinely look up to with such a high level of esteem, because I think he represents so many of the characteristics that we haven't seen for years and that we demand to see now. So I love having the opportunity to speak with him, especially in times of such madness, because he helps navigate around that madness. He's been on the front lines through the Epstein Files. He's now on the front lines with Donald Trump's threat of a genocide in Iran. I think that's really incredible of him, and I'm so grateful for him having the time to call into the show to help tell us what we could do to help in that fight. Inform us of what could be done about Donald Trump's actions today and what's to come. So that's really exciting. Thank you once again, Representative Rokana. Santana, welcome back in.
Bro, let me tell you, first and foremost, I didn't know what was happening because I didn't know you were having him. But when I saw who it was, I said, oh, yeah, I would have kicked me for that. And the first thing I did immediately was FaceTime Parker so he could actually watch. And man, that was an amazing interview. Rokana is like absolutely super dope. But I really like how you dug at the heart of like what's going on and got the tough questions answered. And like, I think that's what has to happen moving forward, right? We need the Democratic Party to build the coalition, not just in the sense of like trying to draw people in, but utilizing the tools that are at their disposal, which includes like social media influencers, people who have reach. And it's awesome to see like more and more people realizing that you can be a conduit to millions of people. So that was dope. Super proud of you.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm really grateful that Rokana has enjoyed the times he's come on the stream for a quick conversation, and that it keeps on coming back because, I think we all have something positive to take away from him. Like I said, seriously, one of the very best representatives we have right now, because on every issue that we face, he has been on the front lines of all congressmen and women fighting for what's right. Like, genuinely. He oh my goodness, he stays on the front lines in DC, and I have a lot of appreciation for him because of that.
Yeah, I mean, his policies, like I really like what he stands for, his policies, but more than his policies is the fact that he's a man of his word, and he truly means what he's speaking on. And so that's something that's rare within politicians as a whole. So
yeah, someone in the comment section said glaze. Yes. Let me get this straight for everybody watching. I will absolutely glaze the man who is the reason that we have at least some of the Epstein files. I will absolutely glaze the man who's the reason, one of the two sponsors of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Yes, I'll absolutely glaze the man who's one of the two reasons and people why former Prince Andrew was arrested in the UK, why we know there's a credible accusation made against Trump by a survivor of Epstein's, why we know Donald Trump inevitably illegally redacted his own name from the files over 1 million times, why we know who was getting torture videos from Epstein. I forget her name, but it was publicly released. Why we know these things. So, I mean, yes, I will glaze a little bit. I will. I definitely will.
Yeah. And I even like how you brought up, you spoke on Thomas Massie, and like, I mean, I'm no fan of Republican politicians, but Thomas Massey, again, another man of his word. So, like, you got to give credit where credit is due, whether you like him or not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like Massey. Yeah, like I saw this post from him that was, talking about like holding people accountable. And it included the Epstein files for sure, because he's been fighting for those, which is great. But then it also like included like the 2020 election, the Russia, so like I don't like Massey, but to your point, I absolutely like him more than any other Republican in Congress, without a doubt,
Absolutely.
And honestly, even more than some Democrats. Like, I think that Massey has ultimately been more beneficial towards the future of this country than even just the Democrats that will say the right thing sometimes, not all the times, because they have a tendency to say the wrong thing when it's about Israel, but then turn around and might send a strongly worded letter every once in a while, or stand idly by while the Republicans are defunding an ACA credit to make 45 million Americans pay an additional 300% for their health insurance premiums. But with that, let's go and hop back into the debates. Welcome back in, Santana. I appreciate you for understanding that sudden kick. Because honestly, I lost track of time. I just saw
like I said, I would have kicked me too.
I'm happy that I had the guest request open on my phone, and I just so happened to see him. Okay. Do you mind if I ask you to take a breath? Okay. Only opposite of that cue, if you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Make sure that you are MAGA, please and thank you. Make sure that you're MAGA, please and thank you. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Trap Doll loaded into the box. Thank you so much for the $50 over in chat, Super Cody. That is beyond kind of you. Thank you so much, Cody. Let's get 500 Cody W's down below in the comment section. I appreciate you. Let's get 500
I fully support Trump with all my heart. Fully support that man.
Are you trolling?
No, I'm dead ass not trolling. Without Trump in the office, our country would be like devastated. We wouldn't know what to do. We'd be in a panic.
Would it have been devastated by? I don't agree. Would it have been devastated with Kamala Harris's 3x proposal and increases in the child tax credit, or would it have been devastated with her proposal to cut taxes for 120 million American working citizens and the low and the middle class compared to the effective tax hikes from Trump's big beautiful bill? Would have it been devastated by giving women and girls access to abortion?
Trump being in office because he's the head of the military. That's the only reason I fully support him being in office.
Why? But he uses the head of the military to start wars that cost us $1 billion a day, the lives of our servicemen and women, and the lives of 2,300 innocent Iranians for absolutely no fucking purpose nor any fucking reason.
No, you're right about that.
And then the culmination of this effort was him threatening to genocide 90 million people.
You're right. You're right.
Also,
listen,
but he's only in office because, I mean, he's only the head of the military because he's president. So saying that you support him because he's the head of the military, like, that's nonsensical.
Yeah, I know that, but who else better?
He wouldn't be the head of the military if you didn't support him and people like you put him in office. Like, that doesn't make sense.
So would y'all rather have Harris in office or Obama or Joe Biden than Donald Trump?
Yes.
Explain why.
All of them are not rapists. All of them haven't threatened to genocide 90 million people.
Joe Biden has Alzheimer's.
All of them, I'm still speaking. All of them haven't admitted to sexual exploitation. Every single one of them does not agree with victims of rape that were impregnated at 9 years old being denied access to abortion. Okay, and about 1 billion other reasons too.
Yeah, and also none of them are racist, fascist, or classist. So, like,
so you support abortion?
Yes.
Why?
Because
you support a child being murdered before he can even grow up.
Okay,
I don't support that at all.
So I have a question. When does it become a child?
When does it become a child?
Yes.
When it becomes a child when it's in the womb and it starts to have a heartbeat. That's when it becomes
in the womb.
When it's in the womb and its heart is beating, that's when it becomes a child.
Wait, why are children in wombs?
What do you mean why are children in wombs?
Who's putting children in wombs?
Wombs. I said a womb.
You mean a womb?
A womb. Thanks for correcting me, but you know what I was trying to say.
So, that's an open.
But that's when it becomes. That's when it becomes a child. That's when it becomes a child.
I don't care. I don't care about the words you use. I care about the arguments you have. So call the fetus a child, like whatever, it's an emotional argument. Why is it wrong to kill it?
Because it's a human being with a heartbeat.
Oh, okay. So it's wrong to kill human beings with heartbeats. So brain dead patients are human beings with heartbeats. Is it wrong to pull the plug on them? Is that murder?
Yeah, it depends. It depends.
Oh,
Like,
now it depends. Well, it shouldn't depend if it's a moral principle. So why is it wrong to kill a fetus?
I mean, if you're on your deathbed and you're plugged into a machine, that's the only thing keeping you alive. I don't see no wrong with pulling the plug.
Okay, so
if
if
you're just
external
sitting there
means are the only
suffering, if
thing
you're
that are
sitting there
keeping,
suffering,
so if external means are the only thing that keeps you alive, then it's not wrong to pull the plug. Therefore, it's not
I
wrong
don't
for
think
women
so.
to take the abortion pill to pull the plug of sustenance, which are the only means keeping the fetus alive, ultimately leading to the death of the fetus.
that's two different things, though.
Well, I mean, it's not in the relevant
The
senses
child didn't
as
even get a
purported by
chance to
your
grow up
argument.
to be born, and you're comparing it to somebody that's on a machine keeping them
So
alive.
why is it wrong to take that chance away?
There's no if somebody's on a machine, that's only keep them alive. Where is the chance in that?
Well, I agree. Brain dead patients do not have any potential future subjective experiences. Fetuses do. Why is it wrong to take those future potential subjective experiences away from the fetus?
Why is it wrong? Well, you answer that question. What do you mean? Why is wrong? Why is that wrong?
Well, I don't think it's wrong.
Why wouldn't that be wrong?
For sure, because the fetus has no real subjective experiences now. Meaning I don't think it's a person, meaning I don't think it could be harmed, meaning I don't think it has a well-being. I think it's only with the introduction of low-level subjective experiences at around 20 through 24 weeks that I even begin to morally value that fetus. Before that point, it is no different than the clump of cells that grow on your teeth and form plaque. It's just organic material. It's biological life, sure, but we don't really care about biological life. We care about the traits in which that biological life possesses, like consciousness, like sentience. Okay, but those traits are not possessed by the fetus.
So have you ever seen a video of an abortion?
Yes.
So can you explain to me what they do?
It depends on what procedure.
Mm-hmm.
Surgical removal procedure.
Surgical
where they take the
removal in second trimester.
where they take
They
the metal
cut the
clamps.
little limbs off. They cut the
No,
little
they
legs off.
physically
They cut the little heads off.
They physically rip their hairs out and legs out piece by piece.
Yes.
Until the baby. So you think that's right?
Yeah.
You don't
I
see
think
no
it's-
wrong
I
in
don't-
that at
yeah,
all.
No wrong.
No wrong.
No wrong. Precisely.
I think the thing that you are being willfully ignorant of is that abortion is healthcare, right? And you sitting here pretending as if you should have some type of valid opinion, where it seems like you're basing your decision to not support abortion off of emotion and not any type of substance. Like, I think that's a problem, right? Question for you. You think that abortion is murder?
Yes.
Would you say that you would be willing to uphold an abortion ban and to the fullest extent of the law if it was passed?
Yes.
Okay. Would you grant any exceptions for abortion, like rape, life of mother, incest?
Yes, I would.
You would? Okay.
I don't agree with that. If a woman is raped, like, yeah, I would not
Okay.
agree with that.
Okay. And the most important thing to you is making sure that there's no abortions of babies, right?
Yes.
Okay. I got an idea. I know Dean isn't a big fan of this idea, but I got an idea, and I think you and I can fix this together. Would you like to hear it?
I would like to hear it. I'm listening.
Mandatory vasectomies.
Mandatory vasectomies.
Do you know what a vasectomy is?
No, you have to explain that to me.
So a vasectomy is a quick, simple outpatient procedure that's done on men. It is, listen, do you hoop?
Do I hoop? Yes, occasionally.
Okay, perfect. Listen, you can go and get a vasectomy today and be hooping by this weekend, right? It's a quick outpatient procedure. It's cheaper, more effective, more efficient than any type of birth control. It doesn't have any of the additional side effects. You can go through, get an abortion. It's reversible and typical. It's reversible up until 5 years, depending on the person. After 5 years, it starts to decrease slightly, again, depending on the person. You can actually freeze the sperm. Oh, this is for men, right? It's a quick snip for men. It's reversible. You can freeze your sperm prior to that. So just in case you don't want the actual the vasectomy reversed, and you can still have kids. And last but not least, right? you don't even have to worry about abortions. Like, you never have to talk about abortions again because you're addressing the root cause of the issue, which is the sperm from the man, instead of worrying about women and their bodies and abortion. So, like, you should be advocating for mandatory vasectomies, right?
I mean, I agree to that to a certain extent, but
what?
But
I mean, it's a quick snip. All you have to do is go in, lay down, like you go in, lay down on the table, let them hold your legs up. They just, lift, snip, boom, pat you up. You're good. Put some ice on your family
if people
jewels.
feel like that's necessary, if men feel like that's necessary, I feel like that should be a choice for them.
No. Like you just said that you would institute a mandatory abortion ban. Like, why not make mandatory vasectomies? Right? You should have the same type of smoke for vasectomies
because
as abortions.
If a woman and man, they agree to have sex, right, and the woman ends up getting pregnant.
Wait, hold on. You're worrying about the woman. That's a symptom. Stop worrying about a symptom and worry about the root cause, which is the actual man and their sperm.
I know that I
But
hate
they
it,
both
but like
agree
I
to
could
have
actually
sex,
give
and the
even like
woman ends
more
up getting
reason to
pregnant,
why
so-
you should endorse Santana's view. I think that you should stop endorsing abortion bans and start endorsing forced vasectomies. Because the problem with abortion bans is when we implement them, it seems like abortions only go up. Abortions were downtrending for 32 years in America prior to Roe v. Wade being overturned. The moment Roe v. Wade was overturned, they started to trend up year after year. Who knows why? Maybe it's because then women and girls started thinking about their reproductive access. So if they were in a state where they had it, they were more diligent about getting an abortion when they get pregnant because who knows, they might lose that coverage tomorrow. Regardless of what the reason would be, the numbers went up. I don't think that abortion numbers would go up if we forced vasectomies because in order to have an abortion, you got to be pregnant. And in order to be pregnant, a man has to have sperm that can leave his penis. And that certainly can't happen with a forced vasectomy. So in other words, I think not only based upon the argumentation in which Santana's provided you so with to this point of the debate, but also knowing the empirical outcomes of abortion bans not working to reduce the amount of innocent children that being viciously murdered by crazy blue-haired liberal women, okay, you need to switch it up and start endorsing forced vasectomies.
Boom.
I mean, yeah, I agree.
Okay, perfect. So you shouldn't talk about abortions anymore. You and I are going to march down Pennsylvania Avenue arm in arm, and we're going to demand mandatory vasectomies. I don't want to hear you talk about abortions anymore because
wait. I don't think it should be mandatory. I feel like it should be a choice though.
What?
Oh,
What
why
do you mean?
do you think it should be a choice?
So men get the choice, but women don't get the choice.
Oh, no,
Why
tell
should
us.
it be mandatory,
No,
though?
tell us. The reason why it should be mandatory is because we know it will reduce the amount of innocent children that are killed, that are viciously murdered. And honestly, you positing that it should be a choice is fucking ludicrous. Think about the kids. How evil do you have to be to value your own quote-unquote choice over the life of these innocent children?
How can you say think about the kids if you're not supporting abortion ban?
Wait. I don't support an abortion ban because forced vasectomies would just simply be better. They'd be more effective. Like, on God.
Let me run one more thing past you really quick. In typical, do you know how often within a 30-day span a woman can get pregnant?
Can you repeat that?
In typical, do you know within a 30-day span how often out of 30 days how often can a woman get pregnant?
10?
No.
What is it?
The ovulation window differs for women. It's usually around 3 days, but there's one peak ovulation day, right? Their optimal day. So in within a 30-day span, it's 1 day. So in 12 months, how many times can a woman get pregnant? In typical.
In 12 months.
How many opportunities? 12. Once a month.
That sounds right.
Okay, perfect. In typical, how long are women pregnant?
9 months.
Closer to 10 months, but so we can say it'll be fair to say in typical women can have like one baby every year, right?
Right.
Okay, perfect. In typical, in 30 days, how many women can a man get pregnant within a 30-day period?
As many as they want.
30, right?
Yeah.
Is that fair? Perfect.
I don't think that's fair. I think the cooldown is like, what, 30 minutes? So, I
Exactly.
mean, I'd actually aim towards like upwards of, maybe 50 times a day.
We're
Yeah, that's
being
what I
really
said.
conservative.
As many.
Wait. We're being really conservative. So, in 365 days, how many times can a man get a woman, not the same woman, but a woman pregnant within 365 days?
365 days.
So would you rather deal with the actual man that can create 365 lives, or the woman that can create one within a span of a year? Which one to you seems like a smarter and more effective way to address the loss of babies?
Woman.
Holy fuck. How?
Woman.
How? The woman that can
And but
create
look-
one baby versus the man that can create 365.
Okay, but you're not, all right, think about it like this. You're not speaking on the fact that it's also 50-50 for a woman and a man.
Yeah,
They
but you
choose
can't
'cause-
have the baby without the sperm from the man.
No, listen though, typically woman and man, they choose to have sex, right?
Okay.
Listen,
On
the
most
reason
occasions,
why we're
they
not
choose to have
focusing on,
sex.
listen, the reason why we're not focusing on the woman here is because less children would inevitably get killed if we focused on the man. I thought that it
Yes.
was your goal as the pro-lifer to not really care about women or men, but just to care about innocent babies.
Exactly.
Think about
Listen,
Yeah, that is
innocent
my
babies.
care. That is
Yeah,
my
Okay,
care.
so if your care is not the woman or the man, but your care is how many innocent babies are being killed, and we know that a man can introduce a possibility upwards of 400 innocent babies that could be killed annually. Meanwhile, a woman could introduce one, on top of the other fact that when we implement abortion bans, abortions go up. That couldn't possibly be the case with mandatory vasectomies, because you can't have a vasectomy and and create a pregnancy, because then you don't have the sperm. Okay, we should focus on the mandatory vasectomies if we want to save the lives of those little clumps of cells. Best way to do it, okay, is with mandatory vasectomies.
So you agree with us, right?
I don't fully agree with that. I don't
Why
think you
should we
take
not
the ability
mandate
for
men to get
men
vasectomies?
to have kids. I don't think
Why?
you take,
Is
I don't
it
think
is it because you think that you value the individual liberties and freedoms of men, and ultimately you think a man not being mandated to get a vasectomy, although if we were to, would reduce and less innocent children being murdered, is more important in the virtue of the fact that it amounts to a higher level of more personal control over one's body and one's freedom?
Not 100%.
Okay, well then what's the reason? Because you can't dispute the descriptive outcome of the fact that if we did mandate vasectomies, less children would get murdered. So why do you disagree with mandated vasectomies?
Because I feel like it should be a choice. I don't feel like it should be
But
mandatory.
why?
I don't feel like it should
But the
be
question
mandatory.
is, why should it be a choice and not mandatory? Given that it's a choice and not mandatory, we know with confidence that more of these innocent babies will be killed.
But you can't compare that. You cannot compare that to a woman having an abortion.
Why?
Listen,
Why-
all
hey,
that
do-
matters, we just agreed moments ago, all that matters is less innocent kids being killed. If that's
Exactly.
all that matters, then we absolutely can, because we could guarantee you, if we mandated vasectomies, there would be less abortion.
Exactly.
Okay.
So why don't you support mandated vasectomies?
Because you're taking away the ability for a man to have kids.
No,
So
you're not.
you've-
No, you're not. Hold on, because you can
I feel like
freeze
that
the
should be a
sperm.
choice. I
Wait,
feel
wait,
like that
wait.
should
No,
be
no,
a
no.
choice.
You can freeze the sperm prior to the vasectomy, so they can still have babies. You're not eliminating their ability, and it's reversible in typical up to 5 years at the same level. After
Okay,
5
so-
years, you can
so
still
you
get a
can-
reverse. It's just a little less effective. So you're not eliminating the ability for men to have kids, so they can still have kids. So you can't say that.
So if you can freeze it, what would be the point of making it mandatory? If you can freeze the sperm and reverse it.
Because
actual-
you'd only get that sperm from the bank with an intentional conscious decision of impregnation compared to the unintentional non-conscious biological fact driven by the anatomy of a male and a female engaging in sex, and which could sometimes yield reproduction even when not desired.
Boom.
Okay, so why are we not speaking about the fact that it's 50-50 for a woman and a man to have sex? So
Wait,
if they're
because-
agreeing to have sex, then
Yeah, but
they should
sex,
both
wait, hold on.
take
We've
responsibility
already
of that
talked
kid
about how
and take care of it.
Do you think the only intended purpose for sex is reproduction?
I mean, that's how it should be, but obviously
it's not,
not.
right?
Obviously, people sleep with
Because
different
we've
women,
already said in
different men
typical
every day,
women
all the time.
Right, but there's only one day in typical that women are at their peak for ovulation where they can get pregnant. So even if that's the case, are you saying that women should only have sex one day out of every month?
No, not one day out of every month.
Can I?
I think they should
Can
choose.
I just give this a more direct answer here? You're saying why don't we care about the whole responsibility thing, 50-50 thing? I could tell you.
Yeah, the responsibility thing.
I could tell you why I don't give a shit.
I feel like
I could tell you why I don't give a shit in one sentence. Are you ready?
Tell me why.
Because I only care about the outcome of less fetuses being killed.
Boom.
That's the only thing I care about. I want less innocent babies to die.
It would be less babies if people weren't sleeping with multiple different people. Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
Say whatever the fuck. Say whatever the fuck you want to. Is that what people are doing?
Do you agree with that? How don't you agree with that?
Because you're trying to meat watch. We don't need you meat watching. Like let people enjoy their sex.
What are you talking about?
Listen,
you trying to control people having sex is meat watching. Sorry, go ahead, Dean.
You saying that you disagree with people engaging in sex with multiple people outside of their purpose of reproduction doesn't change the fact that if we mandated vasectomies, less innocent fetuses would die.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, all right. Well, look, I gotta, Dean. I gotta get ready to jump because I gotta get ready to start the live. We're doing deconstructing religion this week. Hold on one second.
Some females have 10 different kids.
Just hold on for a second.
Multiple different men.
One second. We're doing deconstructing religion this week, so I gotta get ready to go do that. But I will leave you with this. If you don't like the idea of mandating men with mandatory vasectomies, then you and I can meet in the ground. How about Dean and I won't advocate for mandatory vasectomies. You won't advocate for abortion bans, and we just let people do whatever the fuck they want. Like, let's leave the decision between them and their doctors.
I guess I could meet this guy in the middle of the. I guess I could do it.
Come on, can trap doll. That sounds like a win for everyone, right? Let's let people do whatever.
In the middle of the road here.
No, I don't. I don't know. No.
Ain't no fucking way.
Because I don't agree with abortions. I don't support abortions.
All right, bro. I appreciate you having me.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming up to town.
I appreciate
it.
Well, I mean, don't you ultimately support abortion bans because they're supposed to stop abortions?
Can you repeat that?
Isn't your argument that you support abortion bans because they stop abortions?
Yeah.
If I could convince you that mandatory vasectomies would stop more abortions than abortion bans, would you start supporting mandatory vasectomies?
Possibly. I might meet you in the middle on that statement.
Okay, well they do. Because we know that if a man was not able to produce sperm from his penis, pregnancy would be impossible, therefore abortion would be impossible. But simultaneously we know, after abortion bans were introduced following Roe v. Wade being overturned, that abortions went up for the first time in 32 years.
Okay.
So it just seems like the leading theory here of what can we do to prevent abortions is no longer abortion bans. It's probably mandatory vasectomies.
I can meet you in the middle on that, but I have a question.
Oh, perfect. We're meeting in the middle. No vasectomies, no abortion bans. Yeah, let's do it. Hell yeah.
I got one more question though. So, if abortion is not banned, right?
Mm-hmm.
But a woman still wants to get an abortion, but the man doesn't. Do you feel like there should be some type of paperwork that they have to come to agreement to have the abortion? Like they should be on the same,
No.
Or no?
No.
You think it should be the woman's choice?
Yes.
And not the man's choice at all?
Yes.
And why? Why is that?
Well, because ultimately, if we introduce the notion that it's also the man's choice, all that this means is that the man would have control over the body of the woman. Why do I say that? Because if the woman wants to get an abortion and the man disagrees, according to your view, the woman wouldn't be able to get an abortion. This is synonymous to the view that the man should be able to make decisions about her body. Second of all, reality is unfair, dude. Okay? The fetus is wholly dependent on the bodily resources of the woman. From conception to birth, it is wholly dependent on domicile in their uterus, okay, their bodily resources, okay, for 9 months. Not domicile in the body of the man, not bodily resources from the man. For that reason, it ultimately is the woman's choice alone, because in giving control and say-so of the fetus to the man, we're also giving control and say-so of their bodily resources, their uterus and their body as a whole to the man.
Okay. Someone in the comments said, I think women are beneath men. I don't at all. I don't know what makes you say that, but okay.
Would you ever vote for a woman who's gotten multiple abortions to be president?
No.
Would you? Vote, so then why would you vote for a man that has sexually exploited multiple women to be president? You care about abortion more than you care about sexual exploitation?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
But
Then you should stop supporting Trump because we know he's sexually.
But that's on a higher level. Our votes,
to
our votes does not even matter. Everybody knows that stuff is right anyway.
Okay.
Is it not?
It just seems like you bowing out. No, our votes do matter. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. I invited this dude named Kai to join the live stream to come up here and debate. He's been whining and crying, saying that he wants to join the stream for forever now. But as soon as I send him an invite, he just doesn't join. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, guys. Only hop inside of that queue. If you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. Please and thank you. Hannah, welcome into You Support Trump.
Fuck no.
Very based. We're just looking for Trump supporters. I actually do have a couple people to thank real quick. Thank you so much, Cody, for another $20 over on Chat Super, who says mandatory vasectomy sounds so much easier than an ectopic pregnancy that responsible couples have to deal with. Just cut the cord, man. So real, Cody. Thank you for the $20. You know, I will admit, I vehemently do not support mandatory vasectomies. But I happen to also support a woman's right to choose. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Dar joining. Everybody just give us a moment here to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. Please and thank you. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. Welcome into You Support Trump.
I do not. I just wanted to come up to talk to that guy about my abortion story.
Oh, well, yeah, we did remove him because he was really annoying. But I hope that you have a good rest of your day. We got the next guest, Johnny, loading up into the box. Hi, welcome into You Support Trump. Hello. Johnny. Hello. Johnny's not here. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Let's go to get that next guest connected into the live stream. All right. I invited somebody in the comment section named Tim that's spamming about how great Trump is to join the live, but it looks like he's running away. Very unfortunate. Very scared, quite frankly. Johnny's not joining. Sounds good. Let's go to get that next guest, guys. Please follow the rules. Follow the rules, everybody. Follow the rules. You got to be 18 plus. You got to be American. You got to be MAGA. All right, we got the next guest, Lucilia, loading up into the box. There's many more women inside of the queue today compared to usual. We usually debate so many men, so I'm happy to see more women. But ultimately disheartened by the fact that a woman or anybody for that matter would ever support Trump. Hi, welcome into You Support Trump, Lucilia.
Hi, I have a friend who supports Trump, and we were talking about him yesterday, and I just wanted to put something to you.
Okay. All right. Well, unfortunately, we are just looking for Trump supporters, plus you sound like you're from the UK. We got Herbert and Bobby loaded in. It does look like Herbert left. Sorry, Bobby left, but Herbert's still here. Welcome in, Herbert. Do you support Trump? Hello? Okay, Herbert is doing something, but he's not debating. So we're going to move on to the next guest. She was Australian. I can't really differentiate between UK and Australian accents. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Taylor? Bro, you're in the live. Speak. 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 Okay, Taylor's not going to speak. What's up, Bree Bree? Do you support Trump?
Okay, I did, but I want to go something with you that it's sort of...
I'm really happy that you don't support Trump anymore. Shout out to you. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Jay Blade, thank you so much for the $20 over in Super Chat, who says, love it when Santana's on. Watching you two clown on the MAGA chuds fills me with a special kind of joy. Let's go, Jay Blade. Thank you for the $20, man. Let's get to it at Jay Blade W's. As well as Laura T, thank you for the 10, who says, I got the vasectomy scissors ready, Santana. I'll be the doctor. Snippy snip. Let's go. Erica, thank you so much for the $10, who says, who else? Just about any Marine I served with has more intelligence and integrity than any politician I've ever seen run for office. JD Vance no longer qualifies as a Marine in my eyes. Based. Thank you so much, Lime, for the $12. Who says, here's some money, Dean for Dean's Army, reporting for duty, sir. Yeah, Reprocana, I guess, made that up. We are now the Dean Army. The Dean Army, folks. Welcome in, Mario. Do you support Trump?
I do not. Big fan, though, quite frankly. Quite.
Thank you, man. Guys, follow the rules. We're going to start implementing our banning, so if you don't get banned, make sure that you don't join that queue unless you're here to debate. Make sure you only join that queue if you're here to debate. On PayPal, thank you so much for the $10. Tasha, who says, I just want to share that today's the 1-year anniversary that I found out I was pregnant. Happily married, never wanted kids, had an abortion, no regrets. Hell yeah, Tasha. Thank you for the $10. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? No, I'm not here. Moving on to the next guest, Kylie. Thank you so much, Annie, for the $5. Arissa, thank you for the 5. Then Cully, thank you for the 5. And then Jacob and Cammy, thank you so much for the $20 and $25 donations. Show some love to Jacob and Cammy down below in that comment section, everybody. Jacob with the $20 says, Dean, love these lives. I wish that you could debate a knowledgeable Trump supporter, not the ones that don't have any brains. Well, see, the issue here, Jacob, is that a knowledgeable Trump supporter is an oxymoron. But I appreciate you for the $20. Let's get 200 Jacob W's down below. Welcome in, Kylie. Do you support Trump? Kylie, you have 5 seconds to respond.
Yes, I do. I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries, Kylie. Are you patient?
I am patient.
All right, I'm just going to take a moment here and thank a couple people. All right. Thank you so much, Cammy, for the $24 donation on PayPal. Let's go, Cammy. Thank you. That is CAMMI. Show some love to Cammy. Cammy with the 24 says, proud of you, 100% proud to be part of Team's Army. Cammy, I hope that you're enjoying the stream today. Huge shout out to you. Skylar, thank you for the $14. Who says, thank you for all that you guys do. Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Skylar. I just read the rest of your message. I'm so sorry that happened to you. And Joe, thank you for the $20 donation. Who says, fun fact, my hometown helped create the blasters for Artemis 2. Without the company, they wouldn't have been able to go to space. Dude, that is so fucking cool. That is an incredibly fun fact. As well as Pernell, thank you for the $10. Oh my God. Sal. Oh my God. Sal, thank you so much for the $400 donation on PayPal. I want to see 4,000 Sal W's down below in that comment section. Sal, God damn. Oh my God, I'm floored, Sal. That is way too much. Holy shit. Dude, damn. Damn. Oh my God. That is beyond, damn. That is beyond kind of you, dude. I want to see 4,000 Sal W's. Sal, dude. Wow. Sorry. Let me collect myself. Sal with the $400 donation says, my name is Sal. I am a Muslim, black/Arab, that lives in the UAE. I started watching you just about 8 months ago. I appreciate everything that you do for trans, Muslims, women, black people, and wait, just about fucking humans. Your patience and ability to absorb this is inspiring. Sal, I am just beyond delighted to the moon and back that you've taken such positive experiences away from watching this stream. And I am so grateful. I'm so grateful to have you as a viewer. Thank you so much for being here. Show some love to Sal. And on top of that, I don't even know what to say in response to the $400 donation. That is genuinely like not something I will ever deserve. And I just, from my heart to you, thank you. Please show some love to Sal in that chat for at least the next 10 minutes, because that is wild. We have one more person to thank on PayPal for now. Thank you, Melissa, for the $17, who says, hey, Dean, did you see that Mike Waltz got booed at the UN today/yesterday when people yelled war criminals? And is the Dow above 50? Thank you for all that you do. I did not see that. And thank you for the $17, Melissa. Now, wow, holy, that's insane. Thank you, Sal. There are still quite a few of you guys that I do have to thank on Venmo, but I do want to go ahead and allow this guest to start her argument. I'm going to get around to thanking you guys just here in one moment so we could allow them to start the debate. And I will probably thank you guys in a couple different bite-sized chunks. Just never mind. There's somebody I gotta thank now. Oh my god. Joseph. Thank you for the oh my god, $400 donation on Venmo. Sal and Joseph, what are we fucking doing? That is so insane. Joseph sent this $400 donation when we had Liam on the live, and Liam was like, oh, somebody sent him 400. Fucking Joseph sent me $400. Joseph, thank you so much for the love. I'm literally just gonna tell you the same thing I told Sal, man. That is insane. Thank you. Show some love to Sal and Joseph down below in that chat. And I just want to quickly acknowledge the clear privilege that comes along with doing what I do. I will never take it for granted. And every single day, I am just so grateful as one could be for the love, and holy crap. Thank you. Words can't say enough. Show some massive love to Joseph and Sal down below in that comment section. Joseph with a $400 says, tell Liam I think he's an ignorant, uninformed, undereducated, and downright childish asshole on the live. Dude, I will make sure next time I see Liam in the live, I will let him know precisely that. I probably won't have him up again, but if I see him in the queue, I'll make sure to tell him, and I will remember that. Thank you so much for the love. Tatum, I appreciate you for the $10 as well. Sarah, thank you for the $25 who says, my roommate listens to you for the first time tonight and he loves you. Hi, I'm roommate Kyle. You're so well educated and informed. Thank you so much. Show some love to Kyle and Sarah. Thank you guys for the $25 donation. Kirsten, thank you so much for the $20 donation, who says, Dean, thank you for everything that you do. You're my favorite way to get through the homework. Let's fucking go, Kirsten. Thank you so much for the $20. I'm happy that we can help you get through that work. Brandy, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Owen, thank you for the $4. Abby, thank you so much for the $15. Show some love to Abby. Thank you so much. Tatum, thank you for the 5. Cooper, thank you for the 4. And then Ivy, thank you for the $12. I appreciate you. Peyton, thank you for the 5. And then Brayden, thank you for the $20, who says, Roe is right. After Trump won in 2016, I removed myself from political participation. It was streams like yours and Vosh's that pulled me out of my doomerism. I will be voting this midterm. Let's fucking go, Brayden. I love to hear that. Thank you for the $20. Amanda, thank you for the $15. Who says, my brother-in-law says that he's quote-unquote happy we get to help with ending this Islamic Republic. How can I convince him that this war isn't a good thing? Probably a loaded question. I actually have a really good response to that, Amanda. In his most recent statement on Truth Social, he said that all objectives have been met and the IRGC is still in place. So we're not ending the IRGC. Thank you for the $15. And then Aria, thank you for the $50 over on Venmo. That is ARIAH. Let's get 500 Aria W's down below. Thank you, Aria. Who says, definition of parasite, organism that lives on/in and feeds off of its host and cannot survive without its host. Sound familiar? That abortion argument is stupid. MAGA is stupid. If you support Trump, you are stupid. Thank you and good night. Well, thank you for the $50 and the absolute truth, Nuke. Show some love to Aria. And then Carol Ann, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you so much for the love. Who says, it ultimately doesn't matter who we vote for because the president makes the electoral college makes the final decision. This is the argument from a relative. How do I respond? Well, the electoral college is comprised of the total vote tally from individual states, which is then comprised of who the people in that state vote for. And then one more here, Lexi, thank you for the $12, who says, love you, Dean. I love you too, Lexi. Thank you guys so much for all the love and support. I'm sorry that took a while. I really appreciate you guys. Kylie, on a very real note, thank you for your patience. The mic and the floor are yours, dude. Show some massive love to all of our donors. Holy fuck. Wow. Let the show go on. Take it away. Why do you support Trump?
No, it's okay. Honestly, I was fine waiting. I love you. So, but I support Trump just because, I just support what he does, for ICE and stuff, and removing the illegals from the country, and what he does for the trans community. Because I'm a trans woman myself, and honestly, I feel like he's done so much. And you should support him too, because you are a white man in America. I mean, I'm voting for you to become the next president, but
You're trolling.
No, I'm being serious. I do love you though. Like, I literally love you so much. Honestly. I support you.
Okay. Guys, I don't know. It's possible that they're not trolling. The reason why I say that is because think about how delusional you would have to be to think that Donald Trump is good for the trans community. Now, apply that same level of delusion to complete political incoherence between supporting somebody on the left even though you're not on the left. It's possible. So I have one question to see if you're trolling or to see if you're really just that crazy. Why do you think Trump is good for the trans community?
Well, I mean, he lets everybody know like what it really is because he's like not anti-trans, but he's just telling everybody that, you know, you are at the end of the day like trans women are men, trans men are women. So he's just letting everybody know that, like, you know, down to biology and stuff.
Kylie, just be honest. Please just be honest. Are you trolling? Actually, just like come clean. If you're trolling,
I'm serious.
But I'm telling you, if you're trolling, I won't be mad at you.
Okay, but like, are you an industry plant for the community?
I don't know. I don't know if she's a troll. I guess we're just going to kick her and move on to the next guest. I don't know if she's a troll. I don't know. I guess, well, that'll just be the vague, elusive question that will never be answered. We're going to go to just move on to the next guest. What's up? Do you support Trump, Casey?
Oh my god, I did not mean to do that.
No worries, Casey. I'll go to kick you. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. We got Officer D&B loaded up in the box. This guy's bio says ICE officer in training. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? I know that you're not actually an ICE officer in training because they don't do that. They don't do training. How old are you?
Oh, I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2008.
What month?
It's the January. So it's like a troll profile. It's like it's not real.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
I think you're 15, so I'm gonna kick you.
No.
Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Only hop inside of the queue if you're a MAGA. Please and thank you. Follow the rules. Please and thank you. We got both Tabitha and Jacob loading up into the box. Welcome in, Jacob. Do you support Trump?
Yo, can we see the vape?
Well, I don't have a vape. I have an anxiety pin with lavender and chamomile. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Tabitha? Tabitha's not here. Sounds good. Let's just go to move on to the next guest, guys. We got Joe coming up in. Dude.
Hello?
Hi. Are you a Trump supporter?
Actually, no, but I have an interesting question for you, which
I
is...
appreciate you for coming up, Joe. We're just looking for Trump supporters. Oh my god. Dude, Sal. Oh my god. Brother. You do not need to do this. Thank you so much for... this is on top of Sal's original $400 donation. He just sent another $500. Dude, that's majority of my rent. That's like months of food. That's so much fucking money. I'm lost for words because I don't think that words could say enough. Please, for everybody who's watching, show some massive fucking love to Sal in that chat. I just, like, god damn. I clearly do not deserve that. Wow. I want to see infinite W's for Sal down below in that comment section. Man, infinite W's for Sal. Infinite W's. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, dude. From the bottom of my heart, Sal. Thank you. Thank you so very much, man. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA. Show some love to Sal down below in that chat while we're trying to find the next Trump supporter. Thank you a trillion times over, man. All right, dude. Show some love to Sal while we got Matthew loading up into the box. Crazy, just like actually out of this world, like out of this world, dude. W Sal's, man. Welcome in, Matthew. Do you support Trump?
Exactly. He was in the back.
Matthew's not here. That's great. Moving on to the next guest. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. Welcome in, user 168670545877888. Do you support Trump?
No. What's your favorite song?
Probably something by the Backseat Lovers. Moving on to the next guest. You guys only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. I don't know why we have so many people inside of the queue that are not here to debate. Get out. Get out of the queue. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Jessica.
Hey, so, me, not so much, but my dad and my mom do.
Are they with you? Jessica? Did she just get smited by God?
Oh no, sorry. I was trying to look at the text message that my mother sent that was very Trump related because her and my mother love Trump. Or her and my dad, sorry. They are very Trump supporters. Okay. And my husband is Thai. And they do not support our relationship because of his Asian descent.
That's really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's very racist.
Yeah. And so one of the things that my mom said to me was, hold on, I'm going to go AWOL for a second.
Jessica, we are just looking for Trump supporters to debate today.
Oh no, yeah, totally. If I ever see you live and I'm with my parents, I'll definitely request them. I appreciate your time. Thank
Jessica,
you, Dean.
I'm going to take a mental note of your name and what your profile picture looks like. I tend to not forget those things. If I ever see you inside of my queue, I will happily bump you to the very top of my list. And I'm so sorry that your husband, as well as you by extension of your husband and your relationship, have to suffer the consequences of such grave prejudice. Please give my very best to your husband. I'm just so sorry to hear that. Andrea, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hi, yeah. I just wanted to say...
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Okay. All right. So take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Well, I just wanted to say with all the donations that you're taking is absolutely great. And I hate that you take the time with thanking everybody and not actually debating the people that are waiting. So actually, I hate Trump. I'm just trying to tell you. I'm trying to... Okay.
I appreciate you for your input. I understand why that would upset you because it definitely spaces out the debates a little bit more. And the thing is I started my streams thanking every single person that would support me when I had 30 viewers. Things are definitely a lot different now that I have 20,000 viewers, but that's the one thing that's maintained consistent because I'm just so genuinely grateful for the people who support me. But I'm always thinking about ways to make it, more convenient for the debates while also showing love to those that support the stream. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
33.
Okay, and what year were you born in?
1992.
Sounds like
I was debating.
When,
Well, I
that
was
went up
I
on
was
the go.
debating on like I don't want to be doxxed or anything, so I was like debating on if I was going to give the real year.
Do you work a job?
Yeah, I do offshore construction.
I believe you. Why do you support Trump?
I'm gonna be honest. I think like he's a lot more aggressive than most of the presidents we have.
I mean, he literally threatened genocide. I'd argue that's too aggressive.
Well, so the problem is this, right? Like those are words. I think we need to do like more military action.
What's the outcome of those words? 90 million people living in peril that the life of themselves, their loved ones, and their children will be ended in the next like 3 hours. Like,
no, yeah,
come
so
on,
I don't
that's
support genocide,
completely irresponsible. That is completely insane, and I think it demonstrates that Donald Trump's mental faculties are not sufficient to be our president.
No, so I can agree with a lot of that as far as like threatening things of that nature. But I'm gonna be honest. I feel like we should invade Iran and we should claim it as U.S. territory because of the amount of conflict that we've had with them in the past. And all. Wait, say again.
So you don't think that the people in Iran have a right to self-determination?
It's not really necessarily about the people in Iran. It's more about the administration in Iran.
Okay.
And unfortunately, they kind of don't have any
If you colonize Iran, then you are the same, if not worse, than the IRGC.
Yeah, I don't care. I'd rather be the winner.
Okay, so you don't care about human life. So you're just crazy. That's inevitably what it reduces down to. Because governments...
No, not necessarily.
No, shut up. Governments and states
Sure.
are just constructs.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, they are merely collections of people. So
No, I agree.
You're telling me here that you don't care about infringing upon the rights of a collection of 90 million people. So on the individualistic level, why would you care about raping someone? Why would you care about murdering somebody if you don't care about collectively infringing upon the rights of 90 million people, most notably the right to self-determination that they possess, also inevitably knowing that many of those 90 million people would die as a result of your invasion?
Well, I'm talking about like a military invasion, not necessarily like a genocide.
But you know, throughout this military invasion, even if not a single soul dies, you are still infringing upon every single soul's right to self-determination, and many souls would die.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I'm not saying that that's necessarily.
So why
a good
don't you
thing.
care about that? No, you said that you don't care.
No, what I said I don't care about is like I just would prefer to be the winner.
Exactly.
Like, when it comes down to it.
You want to win and further your self-interests, even if it means the lives of others, right?
Yeah, I'm more for America than everybody else.
Would you murder somebody to further your self-interests? If you were a politician running for office and somebody had a bunch of dirt on you of really bad things that you had done in your past, would you murder them to further your self-interest of that not becoming public?
No, certainly not.
What's the difference between murdering somebody to further your self-interest of winning an election,
like you said,
and murdering millions of people to further the self-interest of setting up an outpost in the Middle East and colonizing Iran? What's the difference?
Well, like you said earlier, it's not about individuals. It's governments are a construct, right?
Exactly. You argue here that the difference is that the benefit is being experienced by the collective of the people compared to being experienced by one person. But I don't think that just because a supposed benefit, which I don't really think there would be much of a benefit of that, would inevitably, be worth the mass slaughter and execution of like millions of innocent people.
Well, but the mass slaughter of millions of people is kind of like where I take the issue with your argument. And I'm not saying that there will not be casualties, because every single war is going to have casualties. I agree with that.
What's the point of invading Iran?
Well, there's a couple things. One, they're very aggressive towards us in their rhetoric, for one. And they've always been talking. If they had the capability, they would destroy us. They say it all the time.
Wait, so do you think that Iran would be justified in invading us?
Oh, they're more than welcome to try.
No, but are they justified in doing so?
I don't think. I think it depends on your perspective. I'm sure from their perspective, they would feel justified.
Well, I'm asking you from your perspective. Are they justified in invading America because Donald Trump threatened to genocide them?
If from my perspective, I mean, no, but I mean, obviously, I
Wait,
would
wait,
be the one
okay,
being
so
aggressed.
you're contradicting yourself. Ultimately,
Yeah, but
the reason
but
why
that's
you
the
think the
nature of
U.S. the
conflict,
reason
though.
why you think that you'd be justified in invading Iran because of what the IRGC says is not true, or else you would hold that principled view regardless of who's doing the invading. Because at the bare bones level, the argument is if another country threatens your country, then that country could invade the country that threatened your country. So why would Iran not be justified in invading America because of our threats directed towards them?
Well, but it's like I said before, it's all about perspective, right? So, like,
But no,
to me, it's justified.
But your
If they
perspective
they
was that a
can
country's
feel-
it's justified in invading another country because that
No,
country.
but what I'm
threatened them.
saying is, if they felt justified,
No, but
of
you should
course
feel
I'm-
justified. You should argue in accordance
No,
with your
I'm
logic
gonna get there.
that they would be
Just give me a
justified in
second.
invading America.
No, I'm gonna get there. Just give me a second. If they feel like they're justified in trying to invade, I'm gonna be honest. Valid on them. If they're an autonomous entity.
No, the
if they
question
feel
is,
like,
do you
well,
feel
if they feel,
do you think they'd be justified?
well, no, but again, like
Why
I'm
not?
not from their perspective.
Well, this is from your perspective, once again, back in reference to your principle that country number one is justified in invading country number two if country number two says death to country number one.
Well, it's also the military threats.
What military threats? They don't have missiles that could reach America, and their nuclear capabilities were completely destroyed months ago.
Yeah, but they've been. That's what I'm saying, though. They have a history of
You're
trying
saying
to
that
get the
they don't
military
pose an imminent
capabilities.
You're saying that they don't have a history of posing a any type of military threat?
No, what I'm saying is that they have a history of attempting to gain the means to become a military threat.
Okay, so they have a history of trying to develop nuclear weapons. So do you think that Russia's a military threat to America because they have a history of developing nuclear weapons?
Oh, yeah, certainly.
So do you think that we'd be justified in invading Russia?
I mean, I suppose so, yeah.
What about China?
I mean, we could really find a justification for anywhere, but I mean, I feel like there would have to hold
exactly.
on. I feel like there would have to be a catalyst.
Using your
I feel
logic,
like there would have to be a catalyst.
Using your logic, you think that Donald Trump would be justified in invading the rest of the world. And this is why you are an immature little boy with the mind of a very evil colonizer. Get cooked. Clearly, if your logic entails that we'd be justified at invading the rest of the world, your logic is probably wrong. Oh, let's go ahead and move on to the next guest right now. Only hop inside of that queue of your MAGA. We got JJ letting up. Tori, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says this is why men like that guy shouldn't be in power. Everything is just a giant pissing contest.
Hey, Dean.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
Just
People
stopping by.
treat
I just wanted to say that the guy before, he has a single brain cell.
So true. I'm going to go and assume that you're not a Trump supporter. Isn't that crazy? I agree, Tori. Thank you so much for the $20. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. By the way, if you're watching the live stream and you want to support me in what we do here, you can find my Venmo, PayPal link in the bio on TikTok, pin message over on YouTube, and the handle is also at the top of the phone screen after the V and the P. We got a very special guest loading up in. Mr. Scientist, I thought that I changed your mind a week and a half ago. Hello? Hey, I thought that I changed your mind.
Oh, no. I'm not here to debate you.
Oh, well,
I just wanted to ask you a quick question.
Okay.
I know a lot of both Democrat and Republican Congress people have been calling for Trump to be removed from office under the 25th Amendment. Do you think that is ever at all possible?
I don't think it's realistically possible.
Okay. And one last question, and then I'm gonna hop off. Do you think we should have done that when concerns were raised about Biden's cognitive fitness when he was in office?
No, because ultimately it's fitness to serve. I think that Biden demonstrated his fitness to serve by serving well.
Okay. I mean, that was all. I'm not here to debate you, but yeah, that was it.
Okay. Well, good to hear that you haven't changed your mind. Oh. I told Joseph I'd do this. Where's it at? I told Joseph I'd do this. Oh, I hope he loads in. I hope he loads in. Liam?
Yeah, bro.
Was that you on the keys?
Yes, it was.
Oh, you're
You want
pretty
me to play
terrible.
again?
You're pretty shitty.
I'm just practicing.
Okay. All right. Well, you suck. You should probably just give it up and,
I play
pursue
guitar
your
as
dreams
well.
elsewhere. I bet
Dude,
you're
why was
proud of that
everything a
too.
debate to you? Why is everything a debate?
No, I just brought you up for one reason. Joseph sent this 2 hours ago. Tell Liam, I think he's an ignorant,
Here we go.
uninformed, undereducated, and downright childish asshole.
Should I go in and show you what people wrote to me about you? Is that really?
Nope, because I just brought you up to tell you that. I mean, I told Joseph I would. I absolutely told Joseph I would. By the way, I just wanted to bring up, I was going to tell Liam that he was shitty at the piano. He could have played the third movement of Moonlight Sonata with technical perfection, and I still would have told him that he's terrible because it's Liam. Cillian, welcome into You Support Trump. Hello? Jordan, do you support Trump?
Absolutely not.
Okay. All right. It doesn't really look like we're finding too many Trump supporters anymore tonight, unfortunately, you guys. I'm trying my best here. Hey, Tom, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I appreciate you. Let's get to it, Tom W's. Thank you, man. Tom with the 20 says, Army field manual obligate soldiers to refuse war crimes, including attacking hospitals, power plants, and civilian infrastructure. So the quote-unquote unlawful orders. These were the quote-unquote unlawful orders that we were warned about. Yeah, I'm just following orders excuse definitely fell through in the Nuremberg trials. Low T, do you support Trump?
No.
Okay. It looks like we just have a bunch of people in the queue that are not necessarily Trump supporters. Maybe we ran out of Trump supporters. Maybe there's no Trump supporters left. Maybe they're all gone because Donald Trump sucks. Oh, hi, Mr. Cody. Are you 14? You might be. I just have to ask. Okay, good.
Bro, I'm 18.
You're 18? What year were you born in?
2004.
Okay. So if you were born in 2004, you'd be 21, turning 22 this year. But, good try. Whatever. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest. We got Tallulah loading up in the box. Do you support Trump?
Oh, it actually happened. So actually, no, but I did have a question that I thought you could.
I'm sorry, Tallulah. You just, we don't have too much longer left on the stream, so I'm just trying to find maybe one last Trump supporter to debate here. Welcome in, Jeremy. Do you support Trump? Jeremy left. We're at 4 hours. I'm going to give it another couple attempts to find somebody, folks. But because we're at 4 hours, if we don't find somebody in the next guest or two, I am just going to end for the night. But, today was an interesting stream. That's for sure. That's for sure. How many of y'all's first time was it watching the stream tonight? I noticed that we had a significantly higher viewership today than usual, which means it's definitely the first time of many of you guys. Me? A lot of you guys. Wow, that's crazy. It's kind of hard for me to understand from my perspective. First time being in the stream is today. But in all actuality, there's new people coming in every day. I just have happened to be doing it every day for the last couple of years. So it seems like something pretty regular to me. Well, welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, a lot of you guys. How did you enjoy it? What's that first time perspective look like? Let's go to get the next guest, Jerry. Load him up into the box. Somebody says interesting. Somebody says good, fire. Heck yeah. Amazing. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Oh, I just invited somebody to join. Jerica? My apologies. I did not mean to send that invite. Okay. We're going to try to get
Hello?
one last person. Hi, Maya. Do you support Trump?
Hi. I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Well, you were born in
2008. I already know what you're going to say.
What's up, nigger? What's up, nigger?
Southern
Whoa.
Pride 861.
That
That
is
guy
not okay.
sounded like a basement dweller. Dead
I support
ass.
Trump, but I don't support that. What the
Dead
hell?
ass straight basement dweller on the live. That was dude's first social interaction since his mom fucking changed his diaper. Holy cow.
Holy
what
farts.
a terribly racist piece of shit. I'm sorry you guys had to hear that. But just his voice. Basement dweller. Holy.
Personally, I don't think his mom loves him enough, but that's fine. That is insane. But
I mean, I would agree. I
anyways,
just add on that it's his fault.
Yeah.
But anyway, so why do you support Trump?
Well, personally, I think to a degree he's done some good things and then he's done some bad things. But I'm going to say immigration, right? That's definitely something. I support the border. Do you know what I mean by that? Do you know what I mean by that?
I think that you would just be significantly better off watching the stream and hearing me out for what I have to say compared to being on it and debating me.
Why?
Because I don't think that you know enough to formulate an argument why you think Trump is a good president.
Why do you think he's a good president?
I actually don't think he's a good president.
Why do you not think he's a good president?
I'll give you one good example.
Okay.
In 1995, he raped a woman by forcing her against the wall in a dressing room and then forcefully penetrating her vagina with his fingers. And a court proved it. They found him guilty of rape.
That's unfortunate.
I think it's either a troll or somebody that lied about being 18. Let's move on to the next guest. It's either a troll or somebody that lied about their age and isn't old enough to understand the impact of that. So their only response was, that's unfortunate. Jeez. Hi, do you support Trump?
What flavor's your vape?
Well, I'll answer your question. I just got to make sure that you're old enough. How old are you?
What flavor's your vape?
Yeah. Well, it's not a vape. Quite frankly, okay? It's an anxiety pen with lavender and caramel. Just kidding. By the way, for everybody watching, cool update.
Yo.
Jubilee has invited me back for something very, very cool that you guys will probably have to wait a couple months for because we're just in the original planning stages. But I had to share that little bit of breaking news. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be big. Tyler, hi, how old are you?
But I don't support Trump. I need to ask a question.
Okay. Well, you know what? I think we're going to call it there, unfortunately. We're over 4 hours. But before we get off, let me tell you guys, space exploration is fucking awesome. Okay? Holy crap. Holy crap. I've been watching this goddamn NASA live stream all day long for the last 4 days. It is so cool. So awesome. Bro, somebody in the comment section said, are they rebooting the Charlie Kirk episode? Dude. Uncalled for, man. Crazy. No. Fun fact about that. I don't think anybody knows this. We actually had a scheduled Charlie Kirk debate on Jubilee. He was going to do another 1v30, and I was scheduled to be on that episode. And it was actually supposed to shoot 3 days after he was killed. So, in many scenarios, people already had like their plane tickets, hotel, so on and so forth. Because that was supposed to shoot on the 18th. I think on the 18th, or maybe, I don't know. I forget what day he was killed. I don't think many people know that. Oh, and another fun fact, just on that same line of thought. I was actually scheduled to show up at Colorado State, CSU, the week after he was killed to do a counter organizing effort to Charlie Kirk on campus, where I was going to have my own Prove Me Wrong 10 on the main stage. That would have been crazy. But anyways, I don't know. I don't think I've ever shared those two little fun facts with you guys. How about this? We're going to go and hop off for the night, but let's try to find somebody really cool to raid. Oh, well, there you go. That one's obvious. Santana is live. Guys, go raid Santana. He is live on @SantanaSpeaks4U. Number 4, letter U. He's going to be running some debates for quite a while, so go tune in. I really appreciate everybody so much for showing up and showing out today. It was a long day of debates. If you ever want to see me again, make sure to subscribe if you're on YouTube and drop that follow button on TikTok, because we do these streams every single day. But with that being said, thank you guys so much for showing up. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye.